Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us as we are continuing our coverage of California versus Monica Sementilli. We are into day 28, and before we start, we have lots to talk about. First and foremost, new chair. Right. New chair, courtesy of some very, very special people that I'd like to thank. Krista, Rachel, Fala, well, therapist you know, Hellcat, Krista Limited Edition, and Pammy. You guys are that was a really, really special thought and gift, and I really appreciate it. So I can recline, I can raise that. Well, actually, leave it up like that. It's got this lumbar support right here, which pops out.
Activate it. Show the fam what it does.
Let's see. Whoop. See that? Wait. Back in it goes. Wait, hold on.
You gotta sit down.
Hold on.
You got it.
There we go. See that? We'll do it one more time. Watch. So, you can just call me Jean-Luc Picard, because I am Make It So. So, thank you guys for that. Appreciate it. I am going to use it in very good health. Second of all, the thumbnail, today's thumbnail, inspiration by Therapist You Know and Fala. So that is full on from them. So I hope you guys enjoy it. And you can also see it in the corner. Let's see, which corner? This corner right here. It's also there too. Here, we can make this there. So Fala and Therapist You Know were the inspiration behind that. So who is with us today for day 28? Fala, tackle hugs. Saying good morning to everybody. Good morning. Widespread panic. Today we have a wonderful mural of Monica, Levine, and even a touch of the prosecution. I think her name's Silverman. No, that's actually Blair Burke. I think Monica's daughter should demand a refund from Levine. I approve. Butterfly Dana, good Wednesday morning to you. Let's see. Is it time yet? Time for, we're getting there. We're getting there. Missy Russell, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Your 7.5-year-old son watched a PG-13 scary movie last night since my husband said he would be okay. He woke up at 11:30 scared. So it was the typical kicking and me almost falling off the bed today. Aw, sorry to hear that. Queen Howl of Ruth Ann, what was the movie, Missy? Yeah, 100% my husband's fault. What was the movie? I would love to know. I don't have a 7-year-old kid, but I have an 11-month-old 80-pound puppy. Nice. Drunky the Bear. Well, thank you for that. Aaron created a masterpiece that was inspired by our own Therapist You Know and Fala. And then we put it together last night.
You did.
I did, I guess, yes. And then while I put together the chair. We put together the chair. You saw the unveiling, and then we took it out, I should say, and then I put it together. Yeah, if you guys were with us last night, we lost power, like right as I was showing books that my brother-in-law gave me. Hola, I don't want to know anything about his socks site. He has a sock site? I don't know what that means.
Probably Baker's.
Oh, Baker has a sock.
No, not sock.
Sock?
Think about a misspelling. If it's a misspelled word.
Gotcha. Shirley Roth, how's the chair? It is fantastic. Thank you. Baca, I'll wait with you on the chair. Yes. Widespread panic. Love this montage. I especially like the nose picture of Levine. Hey, Leslie. Good to see you. Sherry Segretti. Nice of you to join us today. Nan R. How are you? Sinbad. Whoop, whoop. Good morning, everybody. Sherry, if Monica is looking better than yesterday, that's meaning Baker, her lover, will be called. Good point. Nan R. saying, hey there, everybody. Yes, look at that new chair. Look at the new chair. Yes. Lou, hey all. So interested to see when state rests and Baker is called by defense. Would be surprised if state doesn't call Deborah Obat or Isabella, though. I could see both of them. I could see both of them being called. Ken Rosenberg, yep, moving on up. Now moving on up to the east side. Nice, very nice. Lovely chair. Drunky the Bear, I love the chair. So sleek it is. It's very sleek. Nana, very cool. Sherry, wow. Pammy, yay, the chair fits. Yes, Pammy, thank you so much for being a part of this. Yeah, chair is awesome. My lumbar and my butt say thank you. MEG, love the new chair. Yes. Lily Wayne, hi everyone. So glad to see you all in the new chair. Well done, those who were involved. Yes, widespread panic. Nice throw for Super Bowl. Yep, she was on it. She has claimed the chair. Ken Rosenberg, hopefully that makes streaming a little easier. Yeah. Well, you would notice, I mean, I'm still going to get up because I don't like to sit for like hours and hours. So I will still get up and I'm here. I'm just like off camera or whatever. But this definitely, yeah, this is like way better. And I can lean back a little bit. I got this cool lumbar support, this cool thing. No, it is sweet. It is definitely sweet. Hey, Forrest Nelson, how are you? How are you? Yeah, guys, when Lori Vallow starts, Joe Schmo, and Forrest Nelson knows Joe Schmo, will be in the courthouse, in the courtroom, I should say. So we're going to connect with Joe and hopefully work something out where we will be streaming it, Joe will be streaming it, but Joe will be there, so hopefully we can connect with him. Only fan, y'all are kidding yourselves, that chair's for Super Bowl. Well, actually, she found, okay, so you know I had that cover over the old chair. She is now sitting on it. See if I can get it. See if I can show you where she is. Yep, she's over there. She's over there. So Super Bowl is still around, but she's cool over there. Ah, Butterfly Dana, you see a screw I missed? Damn it. Don't. Yeah, Ken, it has an ejection feature. It does. This thing pops out. It's really cool. I'll show you how to brake because I think trial's about to start. Jean-Luc. Yes, make it so. Yes, Sinbad 33. I am now in control of the Starship TTVL. I like that. That's good. I am like a kid at Christmas. I am feeling so much better today. I woke up with a little sniffle yesterday and definitely feeling a lot better today. I think maybe it was just some allergies or I was just run down. You know, my brother was in town with his wife and we didn't get to bed until the wee hours Saturday and Sunday. So I feel a lot better. Yes, the thumbnail, Emmy, that was inspired by Fala and Therapist You Know, and we put it together last night. Yeah, it's pretty good, right? It's funny. Florida PI Sam, is this the home shopping network? Nice. Yeah, we lost power. Like we were in the middle of, I just had shown the chair. I was showing these books, let's see, those books back there that my brother-in-law gave me, and then boom, we lost power. So if you guys were with us last night, it was an abrupt ending, shall we say. But Heather Marie 123. Oh, let's see. Yeah, Tracy Nix is switching jails and why? No, we covered that trial too, and she has a sentencing coming up. So we will definitely. I'm definitely interested in that. She has a sentencing on April 3rd, Heather. So we'll definitely keep an eye out on that. Lily Wayne, yes, I've taken about 20 pictures of Super Ball on the new chair. She has officially claimed it. Yep. Hey, Christine Fortunato, Rabbit Ears, thank you for joining us. Yorkie, how are you? You're here every day, haven't been feeling well. Aw, so lurking in the bushes. Yeah, I wasn't feeling so good yesterday, but I feel a lot better today. Hey, Karen, in honor of Fabio, buongiorno. Nice. Kay Swan, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Hola, mini version chair for Super Ball would be super cute. Actually, a therapist, found these chairs that have like these little side cars, if you will. There's one like underneath, one on the side, and they're for like your pet. But Super Ball, I think probably, prefers my lap. Drunky the Bear, ground control to Major Squeegee. Hey Mona, yes, I put the chair together. Yep. Check it out. It's got this cool lumbar support thingy here. It's like an ejection seat, I think Ken said. Hello, Rona. Good to see you. Hello. Thank you for joining us. Yeah. Butterfly Dana. Yesterday, you ended just like the judge in this trial ends. There 1 minute, gone the next. We lost power. Boom. We lost power. I'm in the middle of showing these cool books my brother-in-law sent, and the house went dark. We just totally lost power. It was only out for like 5 minutes, but Hey, Joe Schmo, how are you? Thank you for joining us. I was just telling people about you are going to be at Lori Daybell. At Lori Daybell's trial, starting at the end of the month. Well, jury selection starts at the end of the month. So we will be streaming it. Joe, I'm assuming you'll be streaming it. You're going to be there. So we are definitely going to connect and we'll do some good things together, I'm hoping. Joseph Ferlazzo, no. I'm not familiar with that one. Hey, Mona, not familiar. Ken Rosenberg, Nix apparently got herself involved with some other inmates in not a platonic way. Oh boy, saw a short article last night. Wow. Okay. Sinbad 33. Blair Burke looks exactly like the defense is feeling. Yep, except Levine. He just worries about his beauty sleep. Here, let me take you guys over to the larger one. Here, we can come here. Oh, yep, we have court. So let me stop talking and get us into court. Let's see. Wink. And so yeah, there's the larger thumb. So you guys can get a gander of that. And then court is coming on. Let's see. Oh, I got to get our logo up there. Okay, hold on, guys. There we go. Brenda Meyer, good morning to you. Hope everyone is doing well. Doing good. I am doing good. Joe Schmo, yes, let's do some good things together. Right on, man. We absolutely. We watched Nate Eaton's take on it yesterday, Joe. Yeah, you had a great show yesterday too. So, or 2 days ago now. I'm losing track of time. But Nate got called. I don't know if you guys know East Idaho News and Nate Eaton. He got called. He's on the witness list. So, Joe, can you get yourself on the witness list? Can you get called by Lori? Do what you can to get called by Lori. Sinbad, I pulled the classic Irish goodbye yesterday. I never heard of that before until, of course, Karen Reed. I never heard of that. Irish. And I spent time in New York. I spent time in Boston. I've never heard of the Irish goodbye until Karen Reed. That's really funny, though. Hey, Marley Mum, how are you? Good morning to you, Julie. Thank you for joining us. I see Guy. Hello. Good evening, fellow students. Yes. Hello, class. Hey, Ellen. Finally live with everyone. Got caught up over the last 3 days. Awesome. Oh, you have a 4-month-old puppy? Yikes. Yeah. Yes, OnlyFan. Will Lori call Joe Schmo as a witness then? Joe, we're counting on you. Get called. Get called. We're leaving it up to you. So while we're waiting here, and I've got your attention, tonight after the stream ends here, we are going to have a Shoot the Shit with Squeegee, and it's going to be with the Advocacy Con co-founders, and Whitney, who is one of the co-founders. It's Whitney, Melissa, and Eric. That's Whitney is Pammy's daughter. And so please join us for that. That's going to be at 8 o'clock tonight. So we're going to be talking about this conference, advocacy conference that's going on in Indianapolis at the end of the month. So our very own Pammy reached out to us, and her daughter is involved in a really worthwhile cause and event, if you will. So definitely come check that out tonight at 8 o'clock. Yes. Yes, Pammy. Yay. Yep. Yeah, definitely join us, guys. It's going to be a good one. Yes, Ken is also looking forward to tonight's stream. Yeah, tell everybody about it. This is going to be really important. They put together Whitney, who is Pammy's daughter, Melissa, and then Eric put together this conference. It's advocacy conference. Con. So it's for victims and families, and just to give a voice to everybody. You know, it's definitely. Please tell everybody to come and join us tonight. It's going to be really, really cool. Good morning, Krista Limited Edition. Thank you for the chair. I got the chair put together. I was styling it earlier. If you missed that, it was much appreciated. And yes, thank you. So it's going to be at 8 o'clock tonight, OnlyFan. 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock Eastern, Advocacy Con. It's the three co-founders, Pammy's daughter Whitney, and then her two co-founders, and I'm assuming friends at this point, Melissa and Eric. So we're going to be talking to them tonight about this conference that they put together that's going to happen in Indianapolis, Indiana at the end of the month. So 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central, 6 o'clock Mountain, and 5 o'clock Pacific. So OnlyFan, you do the math from there. It would be, I guess, 8 o'clock in the morning for you? Yes, I do feel like Jean-Luc. Thank you, Krista. And Super Ball has already been on it. She's claimed it, but now she's here. You guys got to check this out. Here, let me go over here. All right, you got to check out Super Ball. See her over there? Wait, there's Super Ball. Let me find. Oh, dang it. There's Super Ball. So she's chilling. She's found her spot. Super Ball has found her spot. And actually, her not sleeping on my my lap for hours at a time might help the situation as well. Let's see. You work with Eastern Easiest OnlyFan? Okay, so 8 o'clock then. So 8 o'clock in the evening for us, 8 o'clock in the morning for you. Ken Rosenberg, yeah, Advocacy Con isn't like a little rinky-dink con at someone's house. It's a big thing. Yeah, guys, definitely check it out. Pammy, they were on Defense Diaries, right, a couple weeks ago. They were just somewhere else. Pammy, where else were they? They were just on somewhere else. Pammy says, y'all, they are working very hard for the families and victims. Yep, wait till you hear all the things. Yep. Yeah, I can't wait, Pammy. I really can't wait to hear. Good morning, Kathy. How are you? Sinbad. Now Aaron needs the chair. Oh, all right. Looks like we got.
Good morning. So Esther is very loyal. And she said one of the jurors, one of you, requested off early today because of a school matter, which is fine. And what you reported to me is that juror requested 3:30, and all the jurors said, how about 3 o'clock? So who am I to say no? We'll break at 3 o'clock today. You've been very, very patient during this entire trial, and if you can get home a little drier, that's fine. In any event, Detective Roberts, you're still under oath, and the people may continue with their, strike that. Defense may continue with their cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Justice Roberts, I think we broke off yesterday talking about the parking lot at Target, and then the surrounding video cameras that were there or not there at the time that the incident took place. You recall that?
I recall that.
Okay. So, is it a fair statement that at the time of the murder, LAPD obtained the video of all the Target cameras that were available at that time?
That is my belief.
And it was only later when it was learned that there was perhaps another camera or cameras that could have been exercised but were had to be within a 30-day period, and they missed that 30-day period.
That's my belief, yes.
And we were talking about Mr. Baker and his presence at the Target, and whether or not he did or did not get into a vehicle that had been parked there by Monica Sementilli. We call that, correct?
Yes.
And you understand that there have been various opinions as to who did or did not, or if anyone got into that car or not.
Objection irrelevant.
Sustained.
Well, were you present or were you aware of Detective Gable's testimony concerning whether or not he was able to observe a person, anyone, entering or not entering or leaving the vehicle driven by Ms. Sementilli?
I wasn't in court on the day that Detective Gable testified.
Okay. And you understand, well, we'll get back to that because there have been other individuals who've asked experts asked to determine whether or not someone got in or not. And
object to counsel's testimony.
Sustained.
We'll deal with that. Let me ask you this. You said someone near that vehicle, and it looked to you as if that person got in, correct?
Yes.
Where did that car go following the time it was parked there, which you say included Mr. Baker, in your opinion, in
My
the
opinion.
vehicle? Where did it go then?
It went straight and did almost like a U-turn around the parking area to come down the next lane, and then parked near the back of the parking lot across from the Payless.
Okay. You have that on videotape?
Yes.
Can we see that?
Well, I don't have it on videotape, but I think it's been played with the court.
All right. Let me go by that for now.
Okay.
When you viewed the video,
Yes.
you had complete video, you believe, of Ms. Sementilli when she entered the Target, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe where her car was when it entered?
Well, enters off of Ventura Boulevard.
Okay.
She enters the parking lot and makes a left turn and then stops almost directly across from the Payless shoe store.
Okay. Without beating a dead horse, there's no camera available to have captured that on video.
No, the Target video captures that. It's just hard to make out
Because it's so
with
far away.
specificity, yes.
Okay, but you can make out the video.
Yes.
Okay, so assuming for now we both agree at the least that Ms. Sementilli is driving the vehicle, it parks there.
Same objection, Your Honor.
I'm sorry? The same objection mean?
Testimony.
I thought that was part of the question. Continue.
Does the vehicle park there?
No. Well, I wouldn't say park, but it stops there for...
Okay. Wrong word. Stops.
It stops for,
Okay.
I don't know,
And
10,
that's
20
when you
seconds.
say it's very difficult, but you think you believe you see some figure enter the car.
No. Well, yes. It comes across the parking lot in front of the car, and then, yes, I believe the figure goes around the front of the car, gets in the passenger side door.
And then what does the car do?
That's when it repositions to the rear of the parking lot.
Okay. And can you describe the motion of the car then, if we're looking at it? Does it go to the right if you're looking from the store to the parking lot, to the right side of the parking lot, left side, back, front?
I guess that would be considered the south side of the parking lot.
Okay.
No, right, left.
And you know that this is the car being driven, you believe, because of the nature of the car by Ms. Sementilli, correct?
Well, because we see her leave her residence. She said she went to Target at that time. It's
Okay.
consistent with the evidence in the case that that is her arriving at the Target, and also with the cell phone records.
Okay. And she's always admitted and stated when interviewed that she went to Target.
Correct.
Okay. Where does the car go in the Target lot when it leaves that location that you see originally?
Yeah, after being parked a little over 4 minutes, she backs up and repositions to same lane, about middle of the parking lot, other side.
We put up one of the exhibits, 158, which I believe was prepared by you or on your behalf. Can you see that?
It's easier if I can. Yes?
Okay, is Monica's vehicle visible in that, as it's moving along, in that video, I'll call it? Can you see now a vehicle? Which one is hers? Would you know?
The one that's moving down towards us
In the red?
with the red circle around it, yes.
Okay. It's moving down, and what does it appear to be doing now? Parking?
Parking mid-lot, yes.
Okay. Now, you see her exit the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
And she enters the target.
Correct.
And there are some videos we've seen where she is entering and also leaving the target.
Yes.
So you have those events memorialized on the video, correct?
Correct.
And then where does she go?
To the Ralphs.
And how does she get there?
She drives the F-150.
Gets back into the F-150, correct?
Yes.
And is she seen leaving the shot, caught by the video cameras?
I'm sorry?
Do the video cameras catch her leaving the store in the target in the vehicle?
Yes.
So we know how she exits and where she goes.
Yes.
Does the video show anybody exiting her vehicle at any time that she has parked in the lot, gotten in the store, returned to the car, or exited the Target lot?
No, it does not.
And is it seen leaving the Target lot?
Yes.
Is it seen entering the Ralph's store?
Yes.
Okay. So the question then becomes, if in fact, and this is not agreed upon necessarily by all sides,
Again, Your Honor.
Counsel, you notice don't.
if Mr. Baker, you believe, was seen entering the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
When did you see him exit the vehicle?
I did not see him exit the vehicle.
Did you see the vehicle that he was parked in the rear of the Target parking lot, still there when Ms. Sementilli drove her vehicle out of the lot?
No, his vehicle leaves while Ms. Sementilli is in the Target shopping.
Okay. Leaves before she leaves.
Yes.
At any time does a video show him exiting Miss Sementilli's vehicle and returning to his vehicle where he's parked at the rear of the Target lot?
It does not, but the way that her vehicle is parked on both occasions, when she reparks and then reparks again, or when she initially parks after that stop and reparks again, I'm not sure you would be able to see somebody exit the vehicle.
You're not sure?
Not sure.
What about walking from the vehicle way back to his parking place? Why wouldn't you see that?
That video is grainy, and as I testified to yesterday, is the farther you get back in there, you can't make out persons, you can make out cars.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you have not been able to identify anybody leaving Miss Sementilli's vehicle when she reparks it and walking back towards the vehicle that was parked by Mr. Baker? You can't see that.
You can't see that.
Okay. Miss Sementilli leaves, and then eventually does Mr. Baker's vehicle leave?
Prior to Miss Sementilli leaving.
Okay. She goes to Ralph's. You have a video indicating where Mr. Baker goes following his leaving the Target parking lot.
Yes.
And where is that?
He pulls out of the Target parking lot after that. I don't recall if we catch him in that silver. I don't think we catch him again after that. I don't know which way, whether he went right or left out of the Target parking lot.
And he is in the Nissan Versa?
Yes.
Is it fair to say the next time his vehicle is observed, it's in relation to, well, you tell me, when's the next time that vehicle is picked up by any cameras in the area that happen to show his route?
I don't recall after that.
Okay.
That silver Nissan Versa.
Eventually, it's your belief it's taken or driven to the area of the Sementilli home, and the two joggers get out, come up, commit the crime, and then leave in the Porsche that belongs to Mr. Sementilli, correct?
I'm not sure in the area of the Sementilli home whether it was half a mile down the road or a block around the road. We don't know that, but eventually, yes, I believe that they come to the Sementilli residence in the Nissan Versa.
Okay, and that's where the murder occurs?
Yes.
All right. We've gone through the time line on those events. Right about 5 o'clock, the Porsche exits the home and leaves going down Queen Victoria Lane and then to Oakdale Boulevard, correct?
Correct.
Eventually that car is not found until a day or two later, is correct?
Correct. Yes,
Porsche.
Correct. The Porsche, yeah.
Do you know if the Porsche was moved at all from the location where it was eventually found? That is, was there any evidence that the Porsche had been parked initially somewhere else and then moved before it was found by LAPD?
On Khalifa, I have no reason to believe that. I believe there is a witness that actually saw it park or saw it there, and I have no reason to believe that it was moved from that Khalifa location.
Do you have a time from a witness or video as to when the Porsche was actually abandoned at the location where it was found?
I believe there's a witness statement. I don't have it with me, but I believe there was a witness statement.
Okay, and do you recall the time that that individual believed he saw the Porsche in the area?
I do not.
It was the next day, correct?
I couldn't say for sure.
You don't know if the Porsche was recovered the same day as the murder or the next day?
Your question is confusing. I thought you were talking about when did the witness say it was parked.
No,
that I do not recall.
But you know when it was recovered?
Yes.
And when was that?
I believe it was the day after or 2 days after.
Okay. In the meantime, there was some activity with the Nissan Versa, correct?
Objection made.
Rule.
Yes.
And what was that you were able to document?
I wasn't able to document this, but it was information that I learned after I had retired that Christopher Austin was driving the Nissan Versa and was ticketed in it.
When did you first have, you being LAPD if you would, information as to the description of the Versa and or its license plate?
I believe when they received the information from Paula McCollum and then went, I don't know the exact date, but there is paperwork within the investigative documents as to when the detectives determined that that was the car that was used.
Okay, and that was from a third-party acquaintance, girlfriend, however you want to phrase it, of Mr. Baker's name was Paula McCollum, correct?
Correct. She rented the vehicle.
She rented the vehicle the day of the murder and provided it, as far as you know, to Mr. Baker, his loose in carrying out this crime, correct?
Well, I'm going to object. That is six facts, not an evidence.
Sustained.
That Versa had not been rented the day before, as far as you know. Am I correct?
Objection vague as to the day before what?
It's overruled.
Day before the murder.
My recollection was it was the day of the murder.
Okay. And that was obtained through investigation at Enterprise Rental Car, correct?
Correct.
You're aware that Mr. Austin had initially stated that the Versa was the car that had picked him up at the airport the day before.
I believe he stated that Baker drove a lot of cars and he wasn't quite sure.
Okay. When was the Versa first recovered by LAPD?
I'm going to object. Assumes facts, not an evidence was ever recovered.
I'll allow this.
It wasn't recovered. As far as when did the detectives serve a search warrant on the vehicle? Is that what you're...
When did they identify it as being one of the cars used in the murder?
Again, I don't have that exact date. I'd have to refresh, if you have something can refresh my... I know it was in 2017.
Okay. So I can find that, but my only point was it was within a few weeks of the murder. Is that correct?
I'm going to object and mistakes the evidence.
It's overruled.
My recollection is it may have been longer than that, but I just... I don't know the exact date. It may have been actually after robbery homicide had the case, which was 5 or 6 weeks. I'm not exactly sure.
Okay. But you came on the case, refresh my memory again, 2017?
Oh no, end of 2019.
2019. By that time, had the Versa been recovered?
Yes.
Okay. So at that time, or any time before then, had anyone at LAPD made an effort to run the license plate of the Versa to determine whether or not it had been stopped for any reason on or near the date of the murder?
I can only speak for myself. I can't speak for anyone else at the LAPD. I ran Mr. Austin I did not run the vehicle. The vehicle history was already part of the murder investigation. I ran Mr. Austin.
And
I did not locate that.
And you didn't run the vehicle.
I did not run the vehicle.
Is there a reason why you did not?
I didn't see a reason at that time to do it. I didn't have any information that Austin had been cited in it. The information was already in the book, and I just didn't rerun it.
Well, you had information that the vehicle had been used during the course of the murder, correct?
Correct, and that information was already in the murder book.
Right.
Is what I'm saying. I didn't have any information that would cause me to rerun the license plate. I didn't rerun the Porsche. I didn't rerun the F-150. I didn't run any license plates involved with any of the cars in this case.
And then we flash forward to the time. How long after that did you submit your request to the district attorney's office to issue a warrant for Mr. Austin's arrest?
Let me be clear that I didn't submit anything. I had a phone conversation with the DA and then additional meetings with the head deputy of major crimes. I just wanted to make sure that was evident. So there's no paperwork or anything like that. It was just you don't have enough, which a lot of times happens in our cases. We'll have verbal conversations.
All right.
That was in June and July of 2023.
Okay, and that did not result in any contact occurring with Mr. Austin, is that right?
Correct.
So he remained free up in Alaska.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is all cumulative.
It is.
Is there a reason at that point that you simply didn't go up there with other deputies to contact Mr. Austin and at least question him and see if he would speak to you about what occurred?
Same objection.
No, that was a different question. I'll allow this.
At that time, I didn't have a warrant for his arrest, and I didn't have authorization to do a Perkins. In my experience, most murderers don't just talk to police officers when you come to their house. I have no reason to really detain him and take him away from his house. He's in his element. I thought the odds of me getting a confession were outweighed by the odds that he was going to choose not to talk to me, and then he would know that he was a suspect in a murder. He could tell the other suspects that were outstanding that we were looking at them, and then my case against Mr. Austin would have basically been blown.
You said other suspects that were outstanding.
Yes.
At that time, you were aware of Mr. Baker as being one of the persons who had committed the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You had suspicions that Mr. Austin was his partner, correct?
Yes.
You had suspicions that Miss Sementilli was involved and she was in custody.
Not suspicions on Miss Sementilli.
She was arrested.
Yes.
Okay.
She was involved.
She was involved on your check and include and unclude checklist.
Evidence.
Mr. Baker was obviously in custody, correct?
Yes.
And you knew there was a third person who you believed was a good chance was Mr. Austin.
Yes.
So who else were you investigating to have been part of this murder?
Mr. Alfred Birdsong, LaShane Holmes.
And why were they being investigated?
Mr. Birdsong, because his actions again and his cell phone data indicated during critical times of events that took place in the investigation, he was in contact with Mr. Baker and Mr. Austin. We knew they had meetings up in, that he was present during the same time where the defendant, Monica Sementilli, was in Las Vegas with Robert Baker and Christopher Austin. All their phones pinged at the same location.
All these contacts were between Mr. Austin and or Mr. Baker and or Mr. Birdsong.
The phone contacts, yes, but that's if you just look at them individually. If you look at the entire picture, there is contacts during crucial things that are happening, and after there's contact between Baker and Birdsong, Baker and Austin, who we now know they were talking about the crime. Right in the middle of that, then there'll be a conversation with the defendant, Monica Sementilli.
I see.
On crucial events related to this crime.
And you, of course, know what they were talking about.
I do not know what they... Well, I know what... Yes, I do, because I believe Christopher Austin to be credible, and he told me what they were talking about.
Okay. We'll get to Christopher Austin being credible. Okay. At some point, Mr. Austin gets arrested. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that is because someone, after you're off the case, decides it would make sense to run the license plate of the vehicle that you knew for 3 or 4 years was involved in the murder case, the Nissan Versa, right?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Was the license plate of the Nissan Versa eventually run?
Yes.
And who did it come back to? Or did it have any hits on it?
Well, it comes back to Enterprise Rental Car, because that's who owns the car.
By the way, do you know do you have photographs of that vehicle?
The photographs of that vehicle, I believe I testified to yesterday. We have photographs when it was searched, and they're part of the investigative materials that were turned over.
Do you know at that time, are you aware that at times there came a time when rental car companies did not advertise the names of their rental car companies on the vehicle itself for security reasons?
I'm going to object. Assumes facts and non-evidence.
Sustained.
Do you know whether or not the Versa Nissan rental car that was documented as being used in this case contained a decal or some other identifying item on the vehicle that it was an Enterprise rental car?
I do not.
Could you determine that by looking at the photograph?
If there was a photo of a sticker.
Okay. And you have that photograph?
I don't have any materials related to the murder books.
And where would they be?
Those would be at Robbery Homicide Division.
If they exist, they'll be there, correct?
And everything contained within those murder books was turned over to defense counsel and to the prosecution. So. And
the new detectives on the case, Detective Byers and Farrell.
Is the question, are those the new detectives on the case?
No, I think they are. They've been sitting behind us for like 6 weeks.
Your question...
Your Honor.
It's all right, counsel.
If you could repeat the question regarding...
Do you know if these gentlemen took over the case following your retirement?
I would assume so. They've been sitting in court the whole time.
That's what I said.
Exactly.
Okay. You've worked with them, haven't you, since you've returned, just in preparation for this trial?
I've worked with Josh and Corey for years.
Okay. But specifically on the Sementilli Baker case? To catch up and so forth?
Sporadically.
Okay. So did that issue ever come up concerning the ticket that was given to the rental car, the Versa Nissan rental car?
Come up in conversations with Josh and Corey?
Who eventually ran the car for that ticket?
One of the object assumes facts beyond the knowledge. Calls for speculation.
Sustained on that last round.
Do you know how the information was obtained on the rental car?
Objection same.
Overruled.
I do not.
Okay. But you do know that eventually a warrant was issued for Mr. Austin as a result of the new information involving the rental car being stopped while he was driving it. Is that your understanding?
My understand. Oh, sorry.
Based on hearsay.
Your Honor, she's
I
testifying.
understand it. I'm going to allow it.
My understanding was it was multiple factors, not just the ticket. There was, one of them was the information that Christopher Austin, the information that came from witness Paula McCollum when we were prepping for trial that was supposed to take place in the early part of 2024. We interviewed Paula McCollum, and she told us that Christopher Austin and Robert Baker were in Las Vegas at the same time that Monica Sementilli was in Vegas in June of 2016. That information was verified through cell phone records. That was one of the things. The other thing was cell phone records. Another.
Told you that when?
Your Honor, again, I'm going to ask that she be allowed to finish her answer.
I'm going to allow this interruption.
When we were preparing for trial, it was either at the end of 2024 or the beginning of 2025. We were going through her statement, and she told us that.
So she.
One moment. Now you can finish your answer.
Thank you.
So she gave you a statement.
One moment.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer.
Thank you, sir. The other element was the seatbelt, that he was cited in the car for the seatbelt violation. Then we had, I learned that financial records were obtained from Christopher Austin, and one of those was for a ticket for the flyaway, which we knew that the second suspect was dropped off in the flyaway. And the last part of the information was financial records that corroborated that Christopher Austin paid for airline tickets with his through his, I believe it was through his Chase account. I didn't have any of those records prior to retiring.
Did this all occur while you were still investigating the case?
It occurred while I was what we call in the LAPD kind of burning time. So I was still active on the books at LAPD, but I wasn't actively working anymore.
So when the decision was made to arrest Mr. Austin, you were no longer an active part of that investigation.
I was retired.
And that occurred in October of 2024. Is that correct?
That's incorrect. When I retired, we were still at that time preparing to go to trial in 2024.
No, my question has to do with the arrest of Mr. Austin.
Again, Your Honor,
Well,
the witness can finish her answer.
It was non-responsive.
Your question is, when was Austin arrested?
Yes, finally arrested.
October 24.
Okay. You were no longer involved in the investigation of the case at that time.
Correct.
It had been taken over by Detective Farrell and Byers, correct?
Yes, Farrell.
Okay. So you played no active role at that time,
Well, they would...
other than interested in the case, obviously. Fair statement?
no. It's,
What role did you take?
I had conversations with Detective Byers, trying to bring him up to speed on the case, and related to the Perkins operation that they were and the importance of following through on the arrest of Christopher Austin, and any help that they needed in relation to that arrest. They knew if I could help in any way, I was available to do that.
Okay. And then the Perkins operation took place, as you know.
Yes.
There was detailed interviewing of Mr. Austin by the detectives and Deputy District Attorney Stagel. You're aware of that?
Yes.
There was an eventual proffer given. 2 proffer dates took place when he was interviewed again, and eventually he got the deal in exchange for testifying against Ms. Sementilli. Correct?
Argumentative and compromised.
It is.
Eventually he pled guilty.
Yes, in exchange for his truthful testimony
Of course.
in this case.
Truthful testimony. Did you hear all the interviews of his truthful testimony during the course of his interrogation, his Perkins conversations and his conversations with Ms. Silverman and Ms. Stagel during the proffer. Did you listen to all those interviews?
Same two objections.
It's overruled.
I listened to the Perkins and to the interview afters. I did not listen to any of the interviews related to the proffer agreement.
Now, as far as you knew, the purpose of going up there and arresting Mr. Austin obviously was to find and prosecute the second murderer in the case, correct?
Objection argumentative.
Overruled.
I think there were many reasons why they went up to...
I'm asking about one. Can we start there?
That was one of the reasons, yes.
Okay. And the other reason is to see whether or not you could get him, or the Perkins people could get him, to implicate Ms. Sementilli in the murder. Isn't that correct?
To implicate any of the either in custody or outstanding individuals in this case.
Okay. But the only outstanding individual in the case at that time who was in custody and awaiting trial was Monica Sementilli, correct?
Well, correct. In custody, yes.
Right. Mr. Baker had already pled guilty, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
So before, do you know what year it was and month that Mr. Baker pled guilty?
Yes.
When?
The month, I know it was towards the middle, maybe August of 2023.
Okay.
Or 2023.
2023.
Yeah.
And you know that he came into court and voluntarily pled guilty to all the charges, had no deal, and was sentenced to the maximum penalty, life without parole, correct?
I know that, yes.
You're also aware that following his plea, he indicated that he would be a witness and was willing to be a witness in the case and tell the truth about what he knew occurred in this case. You know that?
I know he agreed to be a witness in the case.
Okay. And as far as the topic of his testimony or the answers, we're going to be hearing that shortly. I take it you're withholding any judgment as to whether or not he's telling the truth or not until you hear him testify, right?
Well, no, I would say no on that because I've seen his multiple statements and they've changed every time, so I wouldn't know which one to believe. I wouldn't know what version was his truth.
Okay. But then you don't have to make that decision, do you?
No.
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
That's up for the jury to decide.
Same objection.
Sustained.
Did the arrest of Mr. Baker, not the arrest, but the voluntary entry of a plea, was that something that was unexpected as far as you were concerned in the course of this investigation?
Objection calls for speculation and irrelevant.
Sustained on the second ground.
Isn't it true that following the entry of the plea by Mr. Baker, he indicated that he would be testifying that Ms. Sementilli had nothing to do with the murder? You knew that.
Objection, hearsay.
It's irrelevant. Sustained on that ground.
Isn't it true that following learning that Mr. Baker was going to plea without a deal and get on the stand under oath and testify, that LAPD then had even more of an urgency to try and arrest and talk to Christopher Austin to see if he would be able to counter or rebut the testimony of Mr. Baker?
Objection calls for speculation and irrelevant.
It's argumentative. Sustained on that ground.
Again, the murder took place in January of 2017, correct?
Objection.
It is.
The arrest of Mr. Baker took place in 2024. Mr. Austin, 2024.
Objection cumulative.
Sustained.
7 years later, correct?
Same objection.
Sustained.
You knew the defense at all times was urging LAPD in your office to do whatever it could to find the identity of the second murderer. Do you remember that?
Objection assumes facts, not evidence.
This was testified to yesterday.
Do you remember getting an email from the defense team asking you and the prosecution for additional evidence relating to the investigation into the possible involvement of Mr. Austin in this case?
I'm sorry. That's irrelevant. The court sustains its own objection.
It also
I've already ruled on it, counsel. There's nothing to say.
There was email communications between the defense and the prosecution throughout this case. You're aware of that, is that correct?
Objection, speculation.
It's irrelevant. Sustains its own objection.
May I have 1 minute, Your Honor, please? Do you recall, after receiving an email from the defense requesting additional information concerning Mr. Austin, that you replied, "It's perfect. Thank you. Hopefully it slows them down," to Ms. Silverman? Do you recall that?
I don't recall that. I can look at the email.
May I show this on the...
You may not. You may approach the witness and show it.
Did you send that email to the attorney in this case?
I sent the email to the prosecutor in the case.
Okay. And we were copied on that?
I don't know how my email was sent to you, but...
Well, it was in response to a request for additional information concerning Mr. Austin, isn't that correct?
In the totality of that email, my recollection was it was in response to discovery.
Yes.
And during that time, I was being overloaded by requests for discovery, requests about not receiving discovery that I knew that was already turned over, things of that nature. And I believe my response was actually of a longer chain that's not incorporated in there, because my memory is that response was that I provided what was requested, and that hopefully that would slow down the requests for additional discovery so that I could actually work on the case. That's
Well,
my recollection.
It follows an email to you indicating that you're putting remaining discovery together involving Austin being excluded from the DNA from the passenger seat. That you previously received an account, raw notes, and other discovery.
I'm objecting to reading it.
Sustained.
Foundation.
We were requesting additional discovery regarding Mr. Austin on this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said it's perfect. Hopefully, it slows them down.
No, this will be allowed. You may read that last part.
I did say that, but as I mentioned previously, my response was in relation to a bigger conversation I was having with the DA in this case related to being overwhelmed with providing discovery before I even sometimes had a chance to figure out how it even related to the case.
And it was discovery relating to Mr. Austin, correct?
It was discovery relating to the case.
Specifically Mr. Austin and whether or not he could be identified as the second murderer.
That was within that, but it was discovery related to the case.
And that's when you wrote the email, it's perfect, thank you, hopefully it slows them down, to Ms. Silverman, meaning slows down the defense in our discovery requests. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Were they slowed down? In any event, this date is May 9, 2023. Again, Mr. Austin was arrested October 2024. Is that correct?
My
Sustained.
I could have 1 minute, Your Honor. Did you ever go to the district attorney's office, ray an outstanding suspect, Alfred Birdsong, and request any arrest warrant for him?
Ray, is that regarding Ray? Is that?
Alfred
Is your question
Birdsong.
regarding Alfred Birdsong? You said Ray.
No,
Alfred.
Ray, regarding.
Regarding, okay. No. I didn't have the information that was provided from Christopher Austin at that time on Alfred Birdsong.
You knew he was involved in the case.
I highly suspected he was involved in the case based on the phone records and his relationship with Baker, and with Baker going to Vegas on the times that right after the crime, and the fact that he was that they went and saw Birdsong when they were in Vegas in June. But that was information I had after the June visit.
Well, was there a suspicion at some point that Mr. Birdsong could have been the second murderer?
Yes.
So was any attempt to arrest him or prosecute him for this crime?
I did not have the probable cause at that time to arrest Alfred Birdsong. He had been interviewed multiple times in the case and denied any involvement, matter of fact, and I didn't have... My evidence on Mr. Birdsong was lighter than what I had on Christopher Austin when I was told that I didn't have enough, so...
Right. When you had information he was down in L.A., that he had many contacts with Baker and Austin at the times that Ms. Sementilli was involved with Mr. Baker, is that right?
I didn't have any information that he was down in L.A. Are you talking about Mr. Birdsong?
Yes.
During the time of the murder?
Yes.
No, I had no information that
Do
he
you know
was...
if the investigation has continued into Mr. Birdsong following the arrest of Mr. Austin and the continuing prosecution of Ms. Sementilli?
Yes.
It calls for hearsay
It's irrelevant.
and speculation.
Sustained on that ground.
You're not involved in any current investigation, in this case active, for any reason?
No, I'm not involved in any active investigation in this case.
One moment. I have a photograph of a pair of shoes, look like tennis shoes. If they could be marked defendants next in order.
625.
625.
Sorry.
Huh?
I said I had 623, but I forgot 623 and
623
24
was
from
a
yesterday.
parking lot. 624 is the same.
Yeah. What's 624?
64 is also photographs of parking lot.
You were on top instead of on the bottom.
Detective Roberts, I'm showing you what's been marked defense exhibit 625. You recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Pair of shoes?
Okay. You recall, now I know you weren't the initial officer investigating this case or on the scene, but in reviewing the facts of the case with the other officers and so forth, do you recall LAPD taking a photograph of those shoes during the course of its initial investigation the night of the murder?
I'm going to object. It seems facts not in evidence.
I'll allow this.
I don't recall that.
Do you know if any photographs were taken of any shoes the night of the murder or within a few days of the murder at the Sementilli home?
Not that I recall.
Is this the first time that you've seen a photograph of those shoes?
No, I saw a picture of them, I don't know, prior to my testimony.
In this case?
Yes.
This
Yeah.
week?
Yeah. No, last week.
And under what circumstances did you see it?
Just that it was, I'm not sure if it was information that it was related to the blood evidence on the shoe.
Okay.
There wasn't really any relevance to it. It was just that there was blood evidence recovered from those shoes.
Well, whether it had relevance or not would be an opinion of yours, correct?
Didn't have any relevance that I can remember in my conversation other than it was related to blood evidence.
But can you verify that the shoe was observed in the residence where the murder took place of the Sementilli home that evening or within a day or two?
Same objection. Assumes facts not in evidence as well.
Sustained.
Do you know if it was booked into evidence?
Don't recall shoes booked into evidence, but
Do you know if that photograph was booked into evidence?
I do not know.
Did you talk to Detective Parshall or any of the other officers on the case when you came on about that shoe and what role it did or did not play in the investigation?
I did not.
You don't remember seeing, well, you were not at the scene for several months before you took part in the investigation, correct?
Years. I didn't get it for over 2 years.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Thank you very much, Your Honor. No further questions at this time.
Any redirect?
Yes. When you came onto the case, Detective Parshall was already deceased, correct?
Yes.
Is it your practice to arrest people for murder based on suspicion?
No, just, at least for me, equally important than arresting somebody for murder is not arresting somebody that is innocent. So I like to have an abundance of probable cause.
Probable cause is the correct standard, not suspicion, correct?
Correct.
And do you arrest people on the chance that perhaps they might confess?
No.
When you were asked questions about the information regarding the defendant being in Las Vegas at the same time as Robert Baker and Chris Austin, when they were staying at Mr. Birdsong's home, could that have been July rather than June of 2016?
That's correct. I know it was the summer of 2016.
And with respect to the financial records regarding Austin, you said those that he had purchased, or you had been told he had purchased airline tickets through his Chase account. Could that have been through Baker's Chase account? That money was funneled to Mr. Austin's credit union account?
Yes. Yes. But I believe he used his own credit card to book the tickets once that money was funneled. That's kind of what I was alluding to, is that there was records that he bought the tickets.
And again, this would be the problem of answering questions based on multiple layers of information, what is commonly referred to as hearsay, correct?
Correct.
Again, you were asked if Baker pled guilty, and you said in August of 2023. Could that have been July 7th of 2023?
Yes.
When you were asked if you expected Mr. Baker to tell the truth, you said you've seen multiple versions of statements he's given. Would that lead you to believe that Mr. Baker has a problem telling the truth?
Objection, counsel speculation.
Sustained.
And it's also a matter.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Baker has given numerous accounts of all of the details of his participation in this case?
Objection, counsel speculation.
That all overruled.
Yes, coupled with the information gleaned from the overhears that he was willing to lie in order for Monica to get out.
And when you were asked about the email regarding defense's requests, numerous requests for discovery in May of 2023, you said all of that discovery had already been turned over.
Most of it. There was some stuff obviously related to Christopher Austin, because the issue was that it was an open investigation into an unknown suspect, and so there was some concerns about handing over that information, knowing that it could compromise any later operation.
And that same concern about providing information to individuals that could compromise an ongoing murder investigation, is that a concern for any homicide detective? Let's say when Detective Verna was asked those questions, or Detective Gable was asked those questions.
Yes, it's almost never happens that we turn over information in regards to an active investigation on an individual we're planning to do any type of operation on.
And had you received at that point numerous requests through me based on what the defense was requesting for discovery that you wound up providing over and over and over again.
Yes.
And again, through those numerous requests for discovery that was duplicative, did you then wade through the 70,000 pages of paper along with 8 terabytes of digital data to then, again, provide all the same information over and over again?
Objection, that's argumentative.
Sustained.
Did you wade through the 260 or 70,000 pages of discovery to
Yes.
find what the defense was requesting for them?
I did.
Did you then wade through 8 terabytes of digital data to find the information that they were again requesting?
I did.
Did you then make arrangements to come to my offices across the street at the Hall of Justice and spend an entire day with the defense team, allowing them to go through your hard drive of all of your case files in order to limit the amount of time that you had to spend duplicating discovery over and over?
I did.
With respect to the overhears, approximately how many hours of recordings are there that you have also provided to the defense?
If I remember correctly, over 60?
You were asked numerous questions yesterday as well as today about what you were looking for with respect to your investigation. If you were looking for additional evidence regarding the defendant and you said that you disagreed, was that because you were aware that in this case there was a conspiracy to murder the victim?
Objection, that's argumentative.
Sustained.
Would it be fair to say that you investigated not just the murder of Fabio Sementilli, but also the conspiracy to kill Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
And so, did your investigation go to trying to uncover any and all individuals that might have played some role in the conspiracy to kill Mr. Sementilli?
I did.
And did that include any and all statements that might have been made by various co-conspirators relating to either the murder, the reason behind the murder, financial gain, or the cover-up of the murder and conspiracy?
Yes.
Were you present for the testimony of the chief medical examiner for LA County?
I was not.
Were you aware of the testimony that was presented in this court by the chief medical examiner?
Yes.
Were you aware that in his testimony he stated that there was no pattern evidence, no tool marks on any area of the body caused by a specific knife that would allow him to make comparisons to any weapon that might be submitted to the Department of Medical Examiner?
Objection, that hearsay and argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you know what a tool mark is?
Yes.
What is a tool mark?
It's a mark usually left on bone or hard surfaces where you're able to identify what caused that injury. It's I say mark, a tool mark, but it's an injury basically. And based on the analysis of that injury, you can identify, or possibly identify, the instrument used to cause that injury.
Were you aware that the chief medical examiner indicated there were no tool marks?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. Foundation.
Sustained on all those grounds.
If there's no tool mark, in your vast experience, is it possible, there's no tool mark or pattern evidence, is it possible to make comparisons to any weapon?
No foundation. Speculation.
Sustained.
Do you have any experience with pattern evidence and tool marks during the course of your career?
I do.
And
Limit that to experience relating to human flesh.
okay.
I do.
Have you submitted in the course of your experience in investigating homicides and in multiple cases, cold case homicides that you've worked on when you ran the cold case unit, in whether you were going to submit items of evidence to either the coroner's department or the crime lab for tool mark or pattern evidence comparison?
Yes, in addition, I attended a 2-day class presented by the chief medical examiner of, I believe at the time she was in Ohio, and she put on a class on tool marks and pattern identifiers, as well as blood spatter and things like that.
Was that the one in Orange County?
This one was in Las Vegas.
Okay. And again, what is your experience with respect to submitting potential weapons for comparison to the crime lab or to the Department of Medical Examiners, tool mark experts, when they had one, for comparison purposes?
Section irrelevant. Speculation.
Sustained.
If you don't have any type of tool mark or pattern evidence, is there any point in submitting a weapon for comparison?
Section argumentative. Speculation. No foundation.
Sustained on the first ground.
You don't. When you testified, when the defense asked you whether any weapon had been ruled out, you said you had no knowledge that any particular item of evidence in this case had ever been ruled out. Is that correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, was there any comparison done between any weapon or item of evidence that had been booked into evidence on this case, submitted for tool mark or pattern analysis comparison?
There were not, to my knowledge.
So when you said that no item of evidence had been excluded, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
You were also asked a question, a series of questions actually yesterday, regarding what evidence other than an affair to you proved the defendant was involved in a conspiracy to kill her husband. Do you remember that
Yes.
period of multiple questions yesterday?
Yes.
Did you take into account the admissions that were made by the defendant after her arrest in the back of the black and white vehicle that
There
were...
was no question for that. Allows this open-ended statement.
I want to preclude such questioning.
May we approach?
Yes.
defense asked you about the fact that you looked at evidence that only pointed to the defendant having an affair rather than being involved in the murder and conspiracy to kill her husband, you said you disagreed. You said that there was other evidence that included her. Can you tell us what other evidence you're referring to?
All of the, I would say, incriminating statements in the overhears, the use of three-way calling, the pen pal system of sending jail mail to go undetected, the flushing, ripping apart and flushing of jail mail, the statements about wanting to change her name, the purchase of the brand new car, the statements that she was wanting to have a different life when this was all over, the massive amount of text messaging, phone calling, texting on encrypted apps, deletions of crucial apps, deletions of things on her cell phone when prior to her arrest, running queries on the computer about collecting life insurance when somebody's murdered. The use of the message feature in the Lifestyle Lounge, using those apps, encrypted apps, and the messaging feature through Lifestyle Lounge during the day of the murder, and then no longer using those things after the murder. The continuous support of Robert Baker after she knowingly has been told that his DNA was found at the crime scene, and then the engagement with Robert Baker in coming up with a story to explain away that evidence. I know I'm missing some, but that's off the top of my head.
Did you also consider the numerous lies to law enforcement in every interview she gave?
Sustained.
In your experience, can you give us an approximation as to how many homicide cases you believe you've been involved in investigating over the course of your career? Your real career, not your TV career.
Hundreds.
When you have a situation where someone's loved one has been murdered, are they generally wanting to give you as much truthful information as they can to assist you in solving their loved one's homicide?
It's argumentative, John.
It's irrelevant. Sustain on that ground.
If the defendant in this case lied over and over to law enforcement throughout the course of various interviews, while also indicating to them that she wanted her husband's murder solved, would that be behavior that would be consistent with your evidence in this case?
Yes.
Objection, that's argumentative.
It's overruled.
You were asked yesterday about Robert Baker's history of manipulating women and his numerous convictions for six different violations of the penal code relating to an underage minor. Did you also, in this case, review evidence of communications by Baker with others, as well as conversations in the jail overhears where it was clear that the defendant knew about his prior history and accepted him, as he said, for himself?
Yes.
Let me interrupt. Let's take our morning recess for 15 minutes. The admission applies. See you back here in 15 minutes.
All right. We will actually, let me go back here. All right. We'll do a quick little recap. And Mitzi Roberts, man, she's awesome. And Joe, I appreciate that. I saw what Sinbad asked. I do appreciate that. Sinbad, Joe, Schmo, and we are working on some stuff together, or we're working on it. We're going to get with him. So just hang tight. Just hang tight on that. So Detective Mitzi Roberts, they start off, this was Cross, they started off with talking about this target and this figure getting in and out of the vehicle. Didn't see the figure get out, but they did see Baker get in his car and Monica go into the target. So I don't know. Levine's doing what he's doing. I get it. Paula McCullum rented the vehicle. Facts not in evidence, so that didn't make it in. Baker pled August 23rd. Actually, it was July 7th, 2023. That's when he pled no contest. Let's see. Following his plea, Baker agreed to be a witness. I've seen his multiple statements, and I wouldn't know which version to believe. That was Mitzi. She just kept coming back with them. And then her email. Hopefully, this will slow them down. The defense and the discovery. Let's see. So Austin was arrested October 2024. Yep, we knew that. Did you ever request an arrest warrant for Alfred Birdsong? She said no. She didn't have the info provided from Austin on Birdsong. She highly suspected Birdsong, but they actually pulled him in. They did pull him in. They talked him in December, and nothing. They talked him for 2 days, and they didn't pull. Nothing came out of that. Then they showed a photo of the tennis shoes. So that's the first time that I remember seeing these tennis shoes. And they didn't specifically say Baker, but they said these were shoes related to the incident. So they didn't necessarily say those were Baker's shoes, or at least I didn't hear that. So let's see. All right. Yep, Sinbad 33. We'll take care of that. Don't worry. We like Joe Schmo, and we'll let me just get through this first. Let's focus on this, and then we'll deal with that. Okay. So then redirect. Miss Silverman came up and said Parcell had already been deceased when Mitzi Roberts took over the which of course we knew already. It's like the 20th time we've heard that. Yeah. What is this? Mitzi, is that slaying it maybe? She's on fire for sure. Hold on. So this entire Mitzi being called by defense episode is what? A big win for prosecution. Yeah, at the very end, Mitzi definitely dropped the mic there. So Baker had made numerous statements. The overhears saying he was willing to lie to get out. They talked about tool mark pattern. What other evidence did you look at? Well, all the other incriminating evidence in the overhears about the pen pals, with the whole jail mail, about the flushing the jail mail, wanting to change her name, purchase of the brand new car, wanting to have a different life when this was over, the massive amounts of text. See, to me that I can kind of, that's suspicious for sure. It's very suspicious, all right? But then the massive amounts of text, the phone calls, the encrypted apps, the deletion of the apps, coming up with a story about the evidence, he hit his head, there was blood all over. That to me might be the nail in the coffin, right? Because his DNA is all over the house, in the car, and she says, oh, he hit his head playing racquetball and there was a bloody towel. Why? Why even say that? Oh, that was Superwoman? Gotcha. Fala, he would lie to keep Monica out of jail. Yep. Let's see. So massive amounts. Okay, yeah. Coming up with a story about evidence with Baker. I know, and this was great. I love this. I know I'm missing some, but that's coming off the top of my head. That was as close to a mic drop as you're going to get. Right? That was like, yeah, Mitzi. And yeah, that's as close to a mic drop as I'm going to get. I'm just coming up. That's just me coming out of the top of my head. Yeah, Irish Amy. Yep, just the top of my head. Mic drop for sure. Shirley Roth, couldn't agree with you more. Put it all together. It is not coincidental. Hola, Mitzi listing it all off like that, just linked it all together perfectly. She really did. Yeah, widespread. Have any of the attorneys for Monica ever heard of Occam's razor? Yep. Ken, that was a solid question because she got, again, a closing argument during their case in chief. Yeah. Yep. And isn't that like, I mean, that's a great strategy. You ask that witness, what almost like tie it together for us. In your estimation, why is this person guilty? We've seen that before. Where they just kind of tie it together. Krista, limited edition. The interview I read said the defense was conflicted about calling Baker. Interesting. Yeah, because they're going to hammer him on cross. I could see them not calling him. They're going to crucify him on cross. Sinbad, yep. One thing leads to another. Yep. Yeah, we've seen that a lot, Ken, with, so detective, why do you think that this individual is guilty? And then they just go through everything for sure. Yep, Shirley, there's just so much on Monica. Agreed. Ken, yep, it was a skillful move. Not all prosecutors do it, and it was particularly important for her because she's been up there for a few months. Right? Yeah, just tie that together. There's going to be a recross. We know that. We know it's coming. Then there's probably going to be another redirect or redirect. We know that's coming. So Mel Stiller, regardless of the voluminous text exchanged between them, I don't see Baker as Monica's love. I see him as lover of the money she would receive if her husband was eliminated. Yeah, that's a good point. Pammy, hickums dickum. Sheesh. I gotta always say it when Occam's is brought up. That's funny. Irish Amy, it was particularly good in this trial as I can see the jury tuning out to say the least, and Mitzi tied it all together for them in one soundbite. I agree. Yeah, Pammy, I'm going to have to look up that. I feel like I've heard that before, but should we look that up? What is hickums dickum? Hickums. There it is. Hickums dickum. It's a medical aphorism that states patients can have as many diseases as they damn well please. So it serves as a reminder to clinicians to consider multiple possible diagnoses when evaluating a patient's system. It counteracts the tendency to apply Occam's razor, which suggests that the simplest explanation is usually correct. Okay. How about that? We learned something new. It's a medical principle that a patient's symptoms could be caused by several diseases. It's a counter-argument to applying Occam's razor. All right. Pammy dropping some knowledge on us today. Sinbad, Mitzi is a goat. Yep. Always appreciate the knowledge drop. I wish I could put up a poll that says, who is your favorite witness? And then just let you guys choose versus me having to like choose, you know. Is there a way? There's Q&A. But I wish there was a poll where I could just say, name your favorite witness, and then you guys just come up with it versus me having to put up, you know. Yeah, Krista limited edition. Whoop, whoop. Yep, widespread panic. Thanks for the knowledge. I'm always learning new things here too. So they're ending at 3, I think he said, or 3:30. 3 or 3:30 today, which works out really well for us because then we're going to do a shoot the shit with Squeegee, with Pammy's daughter, Whitney, and 2 of her co-founders, Eric and Melissa, for the Advocacy conference that's coming up at the end of March. So definitely join us for that. Lily Wayne, all 44 witnesses. Guess what? There's more than that. There's 51. There's actually 51 because Mitzi was pulled in so long ago. She was pulled in 7 witnesses ago. So, oh yeah, I hear you guys. Yeah, join me as Eric, Whitney, and Melissa from Advocacy Con on tonight at 8 for this week's episode. Yep. Oh, as he has. Okay, sorry, I misread that. Yes. So definitely join us for that, you guys. It's going to be really good. Pammy's daughter, Whitney, is going to be on. Let's see. Sinbad, my mom was a nurse and said Hickams Dickums was basically another phrase for hypochondria. Interesting. Joe Schmo, it's so much easier to come up with least favorite witness than favorite witness. That's true. Well, I guess when I say favorite, I mean, maybe I'm thinking like, who's that witness that like really puts it over the top for you? You're like, yeah. Usually for me, it's like the medical examiner, DNA for sure. Those are the 2 I always want to hear from is the medical examiner and the DNA. And now the cell phone. That's always good too. Yes, Curviel, that is Pammy's girl. Yep, Whitney. Judge said 3. Thank you, Baca. Yes. That's Pammy's girl. So you guys got to come and support Pammy. Mitzi wins. Yeah, also Cy Ray. I like Cy Ray a lot. He was the mobile device geolocation expert. He had that really cool... Mitzi had a good timeline too, but Cy Ray had a really cool 3D, like where they were located, where they were geolocated. Ken says, widespread panic. I think Monica's team needs him, but if I'm the prosecutor, I'm a bit anxious about what he's going to say because Austin was pretty important for the state. Not decisive, though. Luigi was good too. Yeah, somebody else said Luigi. I mean, who was that? Who else said Luigi that I missed? Sorry, I missed you. Oh, hey Mona. Okay, hey Mona, you said Luigi. That was your favorite. Luigi was good. Yeah, I liked Luigi too. And then widespread. I liked Luigi a whole bunch, but Mitzi was hands down the best for knowledge of what happened. That is true. That is true. Ken Rosenberg, yeah, he also got them a bit of a closing argument in during his testimony. Widespread, I don't know. I think the prosecution's case stands without Austin's testimony, though. Yep. Mitzi with the good hair. Luigi, Drunky the Bear. Luigi was like 600 years ago, right? He was like third. Wait, where was he? Let me look him up. Luigi. He was on day 6 and he was number 8. So he was the 8th witness on day 6. 8th witness on day 6, Luigi. And here we are, 51st. Well, we've had 51, but we've had Mitzi like 5 days, day 28. Wow. Irish Amy, you like Luigi? Got to go with your girl Mitzi, though. Hey, she's got like an Amazon show. We got to look her up, right? We got to look her up. She's a producer, I think. We got to look up her show. Let's see, Mitzi Roberts. Let's look. Mitzi Roberts Amazon show. Let's see what. She's got an IMDb. Look at that. She's got an IMDb. Mitzi Roberts is known for Searching 2018, The Little Things 2019, and Bosch 2014. She's an actress and writer. How about that? These are all movies. Okay, Bosch was a TV series. No shoot. So she was a writer. Wow, she was an actress as well as Bosch. Oh my gosh. Gotta definitely check this out. If this is truly her. Mitzi Roberts is known for Searching, The Little Things, and Bosch. I check that out. Here, I'll drop this in the chat, and you guys can go have fun with it. So Mitzi Roberts. Tell me if this is the right, how many Mitzi Roberts are there? All right, so go check that out. Allie B from Tennessee, you know Bosch? Bosch is hugely oh wow. I don't know any of these. Okay, Mitzi Roberts. I had no idea. Revealed. All right. Some things I need to do this weekend. Hello, me Cazador. Cazador. Yes, I had it right the first time. For some reason, I want to say it's something else. You're here late, but hopefully no more recordings to listen to. Yes. Ready, set, listen. Little Things was very popular too. All right. Justice Obsessed. That's why the state said before your movie career or something like that. Yes, that is exactly. And then there was something that was written about her. Hold on. I can pull that up. Writer-producer for Amazon show, Renee Ballard is loosely based on her. So that was like straight out of the mouth of, I think it was Miss Silverman. Yes, yeah, Ola, she just said that the prosecutor was careful to say at one point, not including your TV, like just recently, just like a few minutes ago. She said, yeah, she did say that. She's a female Bosch. I'm clueless to any of those. I didn't see any of these. All right, you guys, I got to catch up. All right. I know what I'm doing this weekend, Aaron. We'll try and catch up on some of these. Yeah, Bach, I never heard of any of them good, so it's not just me. Wow, there was 31 episodes in Bosch. An LAPD homicide detective works to solve the murder of a 13-year-old boy while standing trial in federal court for the murder of a serial killer. Wow. And she's involved in that, huh? Interesting. And she's the writer? The creator was Eric Ellis Overmeyer. Stars are Titus Welliver, Jamie Hector, and Amy Aquino. Huh. All right. I'll check it out. I will check them out. Hey, Mona, Bosch is really good. Her new show is Renee Ballard. Yep. Little Things was Denzel Washington, Jared Leto, and Remy Malek. Wow. I like all of them. Which one was that? Little Things. Let me check that out. Little Things. Oh, she's a police technician in this one. She plays a police technician. Kern County Deputy Sheriff Joe Deacon is sent to Los Angeles for what should have been a quick evidence-gathering assignment. Instead, he becomes embroiled in a search for a serial killer who is terrorizing the city. Cool. Yeah, I like all those actors, so I'll definitely check that out. She plays a technician. Okay, yeah, that does look familiar. I mean, I didn't see it, but I recognize the trailer and the thumbnail. All right, cool. And hello, what have you missed? Mitzi Roberts has been on Cross and then Redirect. Not a whole lot, other than Mitzi's mic drop moment there about what incriminating evidence, what other evidence did you look for? Oh, other than the mountains of incriminating evidence in the overhears, the massive amounts of texts, phones, and encrypted apps. Yep, we got to see a shining star in action, and her caliber showed. Agreed. Oh, and that Mitzi Roberts is in 3 or 4 things on Amazon we're going to go check out this weekend. Used to have a crush on Denzel. Denzel's cool. Just Shamrock. I read the books with the Bosch character, never watched the TV show, though. Yeah, these are all like totally going over my head. I didn't see any of these. Or I'm not aware of any of these. Let's take a look at this thumbnail again. That's always fun to look at. The Many Faces of Monica. Blair Burke with the one. That was from yesterday. And then Mr. Levine. Here, let me get my Mr. Levine. Mel Stiller says Mitzi Roberts inspired author Michael Connelly to create the character Renee Ballard. They said that, yeah. They said that at the beginning. When she first came on, is the character Renee Ballard modeled after you? And she said yes. Bottom left is your favorite. Let's pull that up again. Bottom left is your favorite. What is he doing? Ken, I had another one that was even more like, yeah, it's like, I'm going to give him a little bit of, I'll give him a little bit of grace there.
Present, jury, and all those present. Detective Roberts is still under oath. People may continue on redirect.
Detective when you mentioned the lifestyle lounge application, did you review the defendant's cell phone extraction from item number 119 with respect to that particular website or application?
Yes.
Not allowed.
Yes.
Approximately how many entries did you find on the defendant's cell phone extract between November of 2016 and June 13th of 2017, the day prior to her murder?
Believe it was 3,800, 3,900.
Maybe 3,997.
Sorry, Mr. Wynn, I may have been
Confused. You said the day prior to her murder?
Sorry, the day prior to the arrest.
Thank you.
Yes, that sounds correct.
3,997. Okay. Your Honor, we have an 800-page PDF from the defendant's cell phone, a Celebrite report from item 119 regarding these 3,997 entries that have been placed now on the flash drive that I believe has been marked as People's Exhibit 158.
Very good.
This is not covered up. I'm sorry.
Yes.
It was not covered on cross-examination. Cumulative is already in your record.
Oh.
On the south side of the scope.
Actually, it was one of the items you mentioned in your answer with respect to what was brought up on cross regarding some of the evidence that supports your opinions in this case regarding the murder and the conspiracy, correct?
Could we approach briefly?
With respect to the Lifestyle Lounge application, did you note whether there were any logins or entries on the defendant's cell phone on the day of the murder through the Lifestyle Lounge application?
Yes.
And did you note how many or what time?
I noted one that stuck out to me that was at 4:47, which was the time that Cyree testified that she was inside the Ralph store. That's also corroborated by the video evidence that there is an entry where she logged into Lifestyle Lounge.
Were there also several other entries on the day of January 23rd?
Yes.
Did you also note any entries on the date of January 28th of 2017, 5 days after the murder of Fabio Sementilli?
I believe there was It was a different format, which leads me to believe that it was maybe
Sustained.
When you say it was a different format, what did you note?
The address to access Lifestyle Lounge was different in that it was like HTTPS www, which is consistent with logging in through like a desktop computer, a laptop computer on something such as Google or a search engine.
Okay. So basically through a search engine to the actual Lifestyle Lounge website?
Yes.
And how was that different from what you saw on January 23rd?
That is a login through the Lifestyle Lounge application. That is an application typically on a cell phone or a tablet.
Okay. And then, did you note when the next login was?
There was not another login until June 7th, 2017.
Okay. And between June 7th and a week later, at the time of arrest, June 14th, were there also multiple entries or logins to that Lifestyle Lounge website through a search engine?
Yes.
Did you also note whether or not, from looking at that cell phone extraction, that the Lifestyle Lounge application had been deleted from item 119 at the time of the arrest on June 14th?
I looked into that, but I was not able to come up with that information.
I'm going to show you something. Which did you want? No, she just wants, excuse me.
Do you see the column where there's a red yes
Yes,
in those boxes?
I do.
Let's see if we can make it bigger. Let me ask you, in terms of that column where there's the red yes, is that the column on the extraction through Celebrite that indicates the application and all of the entries were deleted?
Yes.
You were asked whether any search warrant for Baker's apartment occurred during the 4-month period between the time of the DNA results in February 14th of 2017 and his arrest on June 14th. During that same period, there also was no search warrant at the defendant's home or for any of her electronic devices. Is that true?
Correct.
Did you also review a message on the morning of June 14th of 2017 from the defendant to Robert Baker indicating that she was on her computer cleaning up?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked numerous questions about the target parking lot and what you could observe versus what you could not observe. During the time that you observed someone coming around the front of the defendant's Ford F-150 as she comes into the parking lot and stops, what would be parallel to the Payless store, and then parks to the back of the lot. Can the rental vehicle that Mr. Baker was driving that day, who I believe was circled in that area to the back of the lot that you referred to as an alcove, was his vehicle still in the parking lot at Target?
Yes.
Did you also note that Cy Ray testified that the cellular records put both the defendant and Baker in the Target lot at that same time?
Yes.
You were also asked numerous questions about the drive and the length of time that it takes to travel from the Ralph's Market, which I believe is at the corner of Winnetka and Ventura.
That's correct.
To the residence on Queen Victoria. And you said that it never took you 11 minutes to get home. Why did you point that out to defense counsel? What was the relevance of that?
After that.
Well, it would be irrelevant. The jury determines what the relevance is, not the witness.
Why did you drive that route or the various routes from that location to Queen Victoria numerous times?
Once I determined that it took Monica over 10 minutes, close to 11 minutes to get home, it was my opinion that she deliberately waited.
Objection, Your Honor. This is
I'm going to sustain that, but not on that ground.
Why did you choose to drive that route numerous times?
To see if it would ever take me 11 minutes to get from the Ralphs to the Queen Victoria residence.
And that, in terms of the routes that you drove, that would include any route that she described to law enforcement as well as any other potential route?
Yes.
All right.
I even drove it at one time when school had just let out, which is, if you've ever been to that location, there's a lot of pedestrian traffic, a lot of vehicular traffic, and it takes a while to get through there, and it just never took me more than 5 minutes.
You were also asked whether Cy Ray was wrong with respect to the information he provided to you regarding Christopher Austin's location, and I believe counsel stated that Fayetteville was in Arkansas. Where is Fayetteville?
It's in North Carolina.
And is that the location where, based on your research, as well as Mr. Ray's, that Chris Austin grew up?
It was, and when I thought about it longer, that information was on his Facebook page, which is where that first clue came from. And so I believe that that information was correct as far as what was obtained from what Austin had put in his Facebook page.
When law enforcement does a search of various databases that are utilized for law enforcement use, what type of information is contained within those databases?
It's based, most of the time when you're looking for where somebody lives, it's based on public records, which is utility records, phone records, as far as hardline phones, cell phones. Typically we utilize LexisNexis, which relies on those, the reporting from those companies.
So, in this case, if Mr. Austin indicated that he lived for various times with Robert Baker, his wife, Al Birdsong, and thus was not the name on any of those utilities, the information in the database would also be limited. Is that right?
That's correct, and it's my recollection that once I looked more into the Facebook records and found out that Austin's girlfriend was Chloe O'Connor, that it was through her LexisNexis run that I actually was able to track back where Austin was living, based on what was her records. And then once I found that, then I found Chris Austin's records.
I see. So what Cyree gave you in terms of Fayetteville was correct, and until you were able to identify the name of his girlfriend, you weren't able to identify the location where he was living.
Correct.
I believe you also told us that with respect to the target lot, you were asked questions about not being able to see Baker exit the defendant's vehicle in the target parking lot prior to the time his rental vehicle drives out of that location. Why is that?
The way that the F-150 was parked, the first time when she parks and kind of does that U-turn I was talking about, the passenger door is not visible, and the passenger side of the car is not visible. And as I said, it's towards the very far end of the lot. So as you get farther out, the video gets grainier, as especially when picking up people. And then when she reparks in the middle of the lot again, she's in between. The F-150 is in between cars, so you really can't pick up the movement.
In terms of the location where she's parked at the back of the lot, which side would the front passenger be facing? Towards Target or towards the other shopping center beyond the back of the lot where Mr. Baker was parked?
The other shopping center.
Okay. So the side of the vehicle that was facing the target lot and the surveillance cameras would be the driver's side?
Yes.
Okay. And again, we're talking about the Ford F-150, correct?
Correct.
You told us that there was over 60 hours approximately of overhears in the court lockup facilities in Van Nuys and in Los Angeles. Did you review all of those recordings?
Not allowed.
Multiple times.
At any point in time, did you ever hear the defendant talking to Robert Baker expressing that she hoped law enforcement would find the real killers of her husband?
Sustained.
At any point in time, did she ever say anything about hoping law enforcement would find the people responsible for killing her husband?
No.
at any point in time did you hear her express any concern about the people who killed her husband still being at large?
No.
I have nothing to
Anything further about that?
And at no time, Detective Roberts, did you ever hear her in those hundreds or whatever the hours were of overhears confess to Mr. Baker that she was involved in the murder of Fabio Sementilli, did she?
I'm going to object. Cumulative.
Overruled.
Direct confession, I did it?
Yes.
Correct. That never happened.
Now, you gave some testimony concerning a difference in the format that you used for the Lifestyle Lounge examination on January 28th. Is that what you said?
A different way a different application to access the, it appeared to be a different application. One was through the app and one was through directly through the website.
And that was, you got involved in that during the course of your preparation for the trial here, correct? You learned about that.
Actually, that came about, yes, as I was prepping, and the question last night before we recessed was, how do I know Monica wasn't out in the Ralph's parking lot smoking a cigarette and things like that? And I testified that I know she wasn't on her phone. And then I thought, I better make sure that that's correct, that she wasn't on her phone. So I had with the assistance of one of the clerks at the DA's office, help me with the records and actually determined that she had accessed Lifestyle Lounge, but it was, so she had utilized her phone, but was when she was inside the Ralph's, and then that led to a further investigation into the Lifestyle Lounge and her deletion of the app.
Yeah, but none of that meant she couldn't have been smoking a cigarette when she left the Ralph's Market or in the car or at any time she was out of view of the camera, right?
Correct. That's just how it led me to that investigation.
And when you were actually investigating the case, you never noted the Lifestyle Lounge incident as you do now, back when you were the actual investigator regarding January 28th.
Well, I knew about Lifestyle Lounge and some communications that was made through Lifestyle Lounge. I didn't know the extent of the amount of messages that needed further analysis and about the deletion.
But once again, the longer somebody, Monica Sementilli, waited to get home, if she was involved in a conspiracy to kill her husband, the more time the killers would have to leave the residence without being detected. Doesn't that remain a fact?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
The longer that Ms. Sementilli, Monica Sementilli, waited, if what you're saying is correct, longer than the normal time to get home, the longer she waited, the more time it would give the killers to leave the location, correct?
I think what's correct is it would give Monica the appropriate amount of time to not get home while the killers were still there.
Okay, which would obviously, if she was involved, would be one of her goals, correct?
Yeah, I would assume.
And if she wasn't, and if she was involved, she certainly wouldn't want her daughter walking in on the murder and report it immediately to 911 as she did. Isn't that a fair statement?
Based on the evidence of this case, I would say, I would hope that that would be true, but that just doesn't seem to be true to me in this case.
You've got somewhat of a bias here, would you agree, in fact, that you're the investigating officer in a case in which Monica Sementilli is being tried?
Yes, because I wouldn't be testifying had I not believed that she was guilty of the crime in which she was charged for.
I sure hope not.
Right.
But the point you're making is you have no explanation for Monica Sementilli being on the phone with her daughter Bella 5 or 10 minutes before she gets to the house and doing nothing to prevent her from arriving at the house almost right at the time the murder is taking place. And if she was a conspirator in the murder, logic tells you she would have had Bella show up later. She could have met with her. She could have had lunch with her, coffee, go to Starbucks, and make sure neither one of them walked in on the murder, and more important, the murderers had time to escape. Isn't that a reasonable possibility?
Objection calls for speculation as well as argumentative and compound.
Sustained.
Well, you gave some speculation why you thought Monica showed up right at the time of the murder, correct?
I sustained the objection.
Based on argumentative.
And you did not initially include Bella in the in your maps to see how far she was from the doctor's office to where she had the interview from her residence, did you?
Did I draw a map and have her...
Did you?
Sorry.
Well, you said you drove the route from Ralph's to the home. How many times?
Multiple times. It was, I would have to say, 10.
Okay. Did you ever drive the route of Bella Sementilli from her school to her interview to the doctor's office, eyeglasses, and how far then that doctor's office was to the residence?
No, Bella Sementilli was not a suspect in this case.
And you thought it was irrelevant as to whether or not Monica Sementilli did or did not prevent or try to prevent her daughter from walking in on a murder that you're saying she had planned. That was irrelevant to you.
I don't think it was irrelevant. It was just not supported by the evidence.
Well, first you get the evidence and then you analyze it, correct?
Well, I had the...
Was that just correct? That's my question. First
Well,
you get the evidence, the facts, and then you analyze it, correct?
In this case, I had the evidence was there, so that's not correct in this case because the evidence was there for me to analyze.
You had the times, right? All the times. You had Fabio Sementilli, even evidence proving he was alive at 4:37 that afternoon, correct?
Correct.
You had the times that the killers jogged up the avenue and entered the home, correct?
Yes.
You had the time they left, correct?
Yes.
And then you had the times that Monica Sementilli and Bella Sementilli arrived at the house, correct?
Correct.
And you did a great deal of efforts, a great deal of time to determine 10, 11 times how long it would take Monica to get to the house if she drove immediately from Ralph's and did nothing in between, correct?
Yes.
You took no consideration as to whether she stopped along the way, had a cigarette, ran into somebody, listened to something on the radio, had something wrong with her car, nothing like that. You had no way of knowing if anything interfered with her arrival at home when she left the Ralph's parking lot.
Objection cumulative.
Same.
And most important, she was out of view from any cameras from the moment she left the Ralph's store with her package until she showed up at the house, correct?
Cumulative.
Sustained.
Now, when it came to the evidence that you were just reviewing with Ms. Silverman as to why you believed Ms. Sementilli was guilty, what you would say in the include side, correct?
Yes.
Did you take, and you said, well, Mr. Baker lied hundreds or tens of hundreds of times, I don't know, 10 times, 20 times, on the overhears. You felt you caught him in many lies on there, correct?
Object the state statements.
So,
You took that into account, what you heard on the
I believe that what I said, that he said in the overhears that he would lie and say he would take the blame. He'd go, he'd take the blame, that he would lie. That was my testimony. But I do believe there was lies on the overhears.
Sure. And the gist of his testimony we're saying is he would say he did it even if he didn't do it. He would lie and say he did it if he didn't do it to help her. Right?
That's not the gist that I got. The gist was, if you take it in the context of the entire overhear, he said, if this shit goes bad for us, which right there is suspicious to me, I'll lie, I'll go down, I'll say, it was me. You need to go home.
Have you heard him testify under oath here?
No, I have not.
But you've heard Mr. Austin testify under oath.
I was not here when Mr. Austin testified.
Did you hear Mr. Austin give the proffers when he was under oath? Mr. Austin, I'm sorry. Did I say that?
it is.
Do you know how many times Mr. Austin, the prosecution's star witness, lied to the police and to the court and to the jury in this case?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
And as you know, Mr. Baker has not testified yet, correct?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Yes, sustained.
So the people who would judge his testimony will be the jury, not you, correct?
The people that'll...
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
Just a couple more things. When you reviewed the case early on, were you not aware from reviewing Detective Gable and Partial's notes that they had located a shoe with a drop of blood on it that belonged to Mr. Baker?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
I'll allow this question.
Your Honor, then I would ask to approach.
All right.
Detective Roberts, do you know Detective Ryan Verna?
I do.
Is he a prior detective on the case
Yes.
before you got on?
Yes.
Did you read any reports of his indicating that on February 21st, 2017, he went to the Sementilli residence and took various photos of the porch, the garage, Julie, and of Monica's shoes?
I have a general recollection of that. There's a lot of documents, but...
And if he did so and he took a photo of the shoes, and that photograph would be in evidence or in the possession of LAPD, correct?
I'm going to object to assumes facts and evidence.
I'll allow for habit and custom.
Can't quote you on it.
There's no questioning that.
That has not been answered.
I would hope that it was in the investigative files.
Let me show you this photograph here and see if that refreshes your memory as to something that was engaged in by Detective Verna before you became part of the case.
I don't recall seeing these photos. I don't recall seeing it.
Okay. But if they were taken, they'd be part of the LAPD Quan, or in some way you would expect in evidence.
Yes.
Not in this case necessarily, but in the possession of LAPD. Is that correct?
Yes. The digital files on this case were like 8 terabytes or something, and so there's just so much documentation in this case. I just don't have a memory of seeing that photo.
Very well. And again, when it came to this woman named Paula McCullum,
Yes.
did you have a role in the investigation of her?
I'm going to object to assumes facts and evidence.
Sustained.
Also cumulative and beyond the scope.
Oh, I would go over again all the events in Mr. Austin's ride or trail from 2017 to today, but the point is, he was known to LAPD as early as 2018. Is that correct?
I'm going to object again. Cumulative.
Sustained.
Was not arrested to 2024.
Same objection.
Sustained.
Let me have one moment, if I may, Your Honor. Ms. Roberts, while you were one of the investigators on this case, didn't you interview Paula McCullum?
Objection.
The question, I'm sorry. Say it again.
Didn't you interview Paula McCullum?
Objection. Cumulative.
Well, that question is overruled.
I did not.
Did you have any contact with her person to person?
I don't believe I did.
So your only knowledge of her would have come from other reports prepared by other detectives?
Yes, and the conversation that the district attorney had when she was preparing for the trial that was supposed to take place in early 2024.
And was Ms. McCullum a topic of that conversation?
No, she had been subpoenaed. It's my understanding that she had been subpoenaed because we were gearing up to go to trial, and she called to try and work out travel arrangements, and in that discussion about when she was going to be needed for court and stuff, there was a discussion about Austin.
But she is not, as far as you know, going to testify in this case for the prosecution.
I believe she was subpoenaed.
Okay. You believe she's still under subpoena?
I'm going to object irrelevant.
Sustained.
For speculation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further by the people?
No.
Thank you. You may stand down, and you are excused. You may call the next witness.
The people, as the court knows, are now going to rest subject to the introduction of the evidence.
Thank you. Those are magic words. It means I got to go to work. So what I'm going to do is let you go to lunch early. The evidence implies not discuss this case either among yourselves with anyone else or form or express any opinions on the cause finally submitted to you, which will be some time. But have a good lunch. I'll see you at 1:30. If I can have counsel remain, please.
Whoop, 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 whoop. I don't think I've ever been so happy to hear those two words. I don't think I've ever been more happy to hear those two words. So, now what? Now they go to lunch. And now what? Krista Limited Edition. Amen. Forrest Nelson. I bet she's going to go and party after that. Holy cow. Just Shamrock. There is a God. Baca. Coulda shortened lunch. Irish Amy. Hallelujah. Lily Wayne. We all agree. State rested. Hooray. Yes. But now we have to sit through defense. It's 4:20 somewhere, Mitzi. Kerrville, hope the defense has some people lined up. Well, as we know from Drunky the Bear, that it takes, 2 days, I think, Drunky, for Baker to be transferred. So today's Wednesday. If they put it in now, will we get him by Friday? Keeping it simple, I just don't see how this helps the defense. It makes me second guess my own ability to comprehend the English language. Yeah, Lou, interesting. No Deborah Obad. So maybe the defense is going to call her. Pammy, put your hands in the air. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yep. When I say state, you say rest. State. State. So, Drunky, Baker shows he's still in Wasco. Yep. All right. State rests. State rests. Pammy, what request? What Baker request was already put in order to get him from his prison? There has to be like a 2-day request or whatever. It takes 2 days. Drunky the Bear. I wonder if they'll call him because Monica's not going to be able to stop her panting and moaning noises and faces. Right? Real happy. Good timing. Well, that's a good question, Mel. Why bring him to the stand? We all know he's going to lie through his teeth. Never mind, Squeegee. So if they don't bring Baker, do they bring Deborah? Because she's been all over this, right? How many people have how many? Oh, here, let me do a search. How many times have we heard Deborah Obad's name? Let me do a search. Deborah. That's 19 times. 19 times in my notes that Deborah's name has come up. 19 times. It's pretty significant. Right? That's pretty significant. Yeah, Bella. Isabella. 91. Missy Russell, Deborah Obad is the next door neighbor. Even Baker called her nosy, Debbie Nosy, what did he call her? What did he call her yesterday? Debbie, Busybody Debbie. In one of their overhears, Baker called her Busybody Debbie. She was one of the neighbors. Was Bella there? Or Jessica was there? Jessica was there the day this happened, babysitting. Deborah came back and said, go home, go home, go home. And then everybody afterwards came over when the police said, this is a crime scene. They shuttled everybody over there. When all of Fabio's workmates came, they shuttled everybody over there. Deborah Obad has been mentioned many, many times in this as the neighbor. She was the neighbor. Sinbad, yeah. Deborah, Bella, Birdsong, Baker, they could all be called. Bella does not have a good relationship with her mom, right? Based on those text messages of like, why am I home? And then even Jessica said that she didn't have a good relationship with Bella right after it happened. Yeah, I mean, that would be weird. I would have thought the state would have called Bella. She is a friend, widespread. Yeah, no. You didn't get it right. I mean, you didn't get it wrong. Yes, she is a friend for sure. She's a neighbor, but she's also a friend. She texted Wella about the assurance for Monica the day Fabio. Yep. Yeah, she's Lily Wayne. I call her Deborah. Oh, so bad. Yeah. Sinbad, Baker's workmates. I bet that was a motley crew. Did I say Baker? I meant to say Fabio. Sorry. I meant to say Fabio. Sorry. Totally my bad. Ken says Levine wants anything that distracts from Monica and pits Baker against Austin. Yep, he wants to make it Baker v. Austin, not California v. Sementilli. Couldn't agree with you more. Lily Wayne, Birdsong would not help the defense. Probably not, other than he helped with the conspiracy between Baker and Austin, but he'd have to stick with that. Baca, Obad was harassing Fabio's employer, Luigi, cops, insurance money on behalf of Monica. Yep. Monica. Yep. I am, Krista. Thank you so much. I am very, very comfy. I was displaying it earlier. I was showing it earlier. I don't know if you were in the very beginning. I thanked you and everybody that was a part of this, and I was displaying it and showing the ejection seat, if you will, the lumbar support. So yes, it's my Jean-Luc squeegee chair. My make it so. So thank you. Just Shamrock, new chair looks great. Thank you. Queen Alv, Ruth Ann, they both treated Bella like she was overreacting. She was just scared. My question is, why was Jessica more scared about being home alone? It would be a good question. And for those that are having trouble finding us in YouTube, just go do a search for trialtvlive.com. Simple as that. trialtvlive.com. That will redirect you to our YouTube channel. Yes, Hellcat, thank you. I love it. Love it. My lumbar loves it. Everything, it's so comfortable. And Super Ball was on it this morning, of course. She claimed it, but now she's hanging out. She's cool. I got Paulie there. I got Rafa here. Do you want to go out, buddy? You have to go out. Yeah, it slides so easily. It's really nice, you guys. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yes. No, Jessica. Why wasn't Jessica? No, Jessica. Oh, why wasn't Jessica more? That's a great question. Well, she was out. She was going out with her friends. That's what she said. She went out with her friends. That's the way she dealt with this. She went out with her friends. Those were her words. She went out with her friends. Mel Stiller, as far as Monica is concerned, making sure that Isabella would be the one to find her father was a strategic move. Yeah, that is some sick stuff to think about. Mel, I'm so glad. Mel Stiller, I'm so glad you're enjoying your new throne. Yes. Let's see, we rolled to the door. Okay, ready? Here, I'll put it on full screen. Oh, Rafa. Oh, I just scared Rafa. Come here, buddy. Come here. It's okay. Good boy. Good one, Fala. I just scared Rafa. Good one, Fala. Oh. I just scared poor Rafa. Here, we can keep an eye on the feed. All right. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the feed. Yes. Whee! It's fun. I would love to have chair races with this. He'll be okay. I know. Poor little dude. Drunky the Bear, that's almost as bad as deleting your kid's father. Setting it up for them to find him and then have them try to do CPR is sickening. And Monica was there, right? I mean, Monica was there. Hold on, let me pull this down here. All right. Monica was there while they were calling 911. I mean, she was there. It's like, I don't know, that's just sick, right? It's just sick. And Anar, your cat has gotten used to your power reclining sofa. He'll be fine. Everybody, actually, Superball, who's the real freak scaredy cat, she was fine. Paulie didn't move. Rafa, well, he was like right by the patio. He was right there, and I think I just scared him rolling towards him. Rolling across the room. Father, chat makes me scare the crap out of my cats once a day. Nice. Hey, is it Karan? We'll go with Karan or Karen. Karan? I'm still new to this channel. How many cats and dogs do you have? We don't have any dogs. We used to, but we have 3 cats. We have Rafa, who is a ginger. He just took off. We got Paulie right there. That's Paulie sleeping there. And then we have Superball over there. She's sleeping. Superball has been my little partner in crime. She usually hangs out like right here or on me. But she had the thing she's on right now, the chair cover used to be on my old chair. So I guess she likes that now. So she's cool. She usually is like on my lap, which is actually, I like that, but it's also nice because I think it was actually contributing to me being in pain after sitting for so long. So I hope that answers your question. And Fala has an 11-month-old lab and 4 cats. Lots of people in this chat have a lot of cats and dogs. Allie B, yes, they are at lunch. And the state rested. Here, I could, the state rested. So let's see. Court is at lunch. Are they off until, how long are they off for, guys? I didn't catch that. How long are they off until? Let me see if I can go back and find out. Did anyone catch how long they're off for? Lunch early, admission price. Expressing the cause this week. 2 sometime. 1:30. Okay. So the same old. So that's 5 o'clock. So they're off until 5. 1:30. Thank you guys. Yep. Thanks. Thanks, Butterfly. Thank you, Lily Wayne. Thank you, Baka. Okay, cool. Baka has 3 large dogs. Drunky the Bear, 1:30. Yep. I was too busy celebrating like a maniac. I know, right? All right, so that's 5 o'clock Eastern here on the East Coast because they're a half hour delayed. So here, I suppose I could do this. Court is at lunch until 5. I'll be back at 4:30 though, which is like an hour. Court is at, hold on. Court is at lunch until 5 Eastern. We'll do that. All right. So this is a good time to talk about tonight's show with Shoot the Shit with Squeegee. That's me. And we're going to have on Pammy's daughter, Whitney, and 2 of her friends, co-founders, Melissa and Eric, that co-founded the Advocacy Con, which is conference, that is going to be going on at the end of this month, end of March, in Indianapolis, Indiana. So we are going to have them on at 8 o'clock Eastern, and they are going to be talking about the conference, what they're all about. Here, let me read a little. I'll read you their kind of mission statement. And they have been on Defense Diaries. They were on... what was the Australian, they were on a channel last night. Aaron texted to me and I can't remember right now. Let me just find it real quick. Miss Shorty. So they were on Miss Shorty last night, I think, right? Or yesterday. And then they were on Defense Diaries with Allie the other, about a month or so ago. So it's a community where families of the missing and murdered find unwavering support and strength within a united and compassionate environment. So that's their kind of mission statement, I guess. Igniting the spark of hope for victims' families. So it's March 28th through the 30th in Indianapolis, Indiana, which is in the States. So Advocacy Con is a crime conference unlike any other. We bring together experts, nonprofit organizations, families of the missing and murdered, and individuals passionate about advocating for justice. It aims to create a platform for education, connection, and collaboration in the fight for justice. So that is going to be, they were on Sunday, Pammy? Miss Shorty on Sunday. Okay, so they were on Miss Shorty on Sunday. They are going to be on Shoot the Shit tonight with me at 8 o'clock. So please, 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 please join us. It's going to be a really good and important show because this is something we all need to talk about. Yeah, Beth Holloway is going to be keynote speaker. Jazz will be a featured speaker. Allison Dunker, not familiar with her. Ron Brumbarger, Justin Evans, Alan Grasser, Haley Gray. These are all speakers. So definitely come and join us, you guys. Oh, Bob is going to be. I missed that. So Bob Mata is going to be going to be a speaker as well. Laura Norton. Yeah, this is just going to be. This is an amazing thing, you guys. Jordan Taylor. So please join us tonight at 8 and support Pammy's daughter, Whitney, who is one of the co-founders. So, oh, Fala, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Awesome. Annie Fink, Bravo Chick, Justin Corona, Krisha Alwine, And Weebug. Nice. Ken Rosenberg, and they've brought in some pretty big names too. Personally impressed with Tarsi Anders and John Lorden. Yes, y'all, please come. And yes, they are leaving early today. They're leaving at 6, right? 6 Eastern. So that will give me a good hour and a half to eat a little dinner, have a little relaxation, and then get ready. Yeah, no, it's not you. It just happens. Karen. Pammy, Gabby Petito Foundation. Yep. Bob Mata, Haley Gray, Laura Murray. Yep. Yeah, no, it's going to be great, you guys. Definitely. Sinbad, you've been an advocate since 2005. Sun is on the M wall. Yep. Woo! Trial TV Live. Gifting 5 memberships. Thank you to Josianne Ramsey, Smofy, Amy Brooks, and Amy. Well, hello there, Sneaky Side. Happy Wednesday. Thank you for joining us. We're just talking about the Advocacy Con show that we're going to have tonight with Pammy's daughter, Whitney. So please join us for that. That starts at 8 o'clock tonight. We're going to have Whitney and 2 of her friends, co-founders, Eric and Melissa, on with us tonight to talk about the Advocacy Con or conference that's coming up later this month. And I just found out Bob Mata is going to be a speaker too. I looked through that and I did not see him. Maybe I didn't scroll down far enough. But yeah, this is a big deal, you guys. I'm really happy that we are able to talk to Eric and Melissa and Whitney, and then let them tell their story. Let their story get out there. So, Sneaky, if you're around, please join us for that. It's going to be a good show tonight. You had to take a nap to be able to join you for it. No worries. Aw, Mel, that's okay. We still love you. We're still here. It'll happen hopefully at some point. All right. So on that, I am going to take a little break. I'll talk more about the Advocacy Con when I come back. I'm going to grab some food, walk around the yard a little bit because it's clear blue skies, and what's the temp? 75 degrees and clear blue skies. 76. So I am going to go walk around the yard and get some exercise. We'll be back. Let's see, it's 3:30 now. We'll be back at 4:30. We know they're on a delay. So we will see you in about an hour, and then there'll be a delay, but we'll talk some more. Yes, I'm going to go touch some grass. I'm going to go earth. I'm going to go earthing. I'm going to go barefoot, go touch some grass. All right, guys, I'll see you in a little bit. Let me put you back here, and I will play you some music. Enjoy your lunch, enjoy your time off, and I will see you in about an hour. Superball has taken over my chair. She has taken over the chair. She has officially taken over the chair. All right, Superball. I'm gonna have to extract you, kiddo. No. Oh, it's a good girl. Alright. I'm sorry. At least it's nice and warm. You gonna go find the sun? Go find the sun. Here. There you go. Have a seat. All right. Here. Have a seat. Hi. Superball just knocked my mic off, but I'm back. Yes, I am back. All right, hold on. Seems like Superball doesn't want to sit on something. I'll be back. All right, maybe that one will be acceptable. Is she? She's checking it out. Investigation. Is this towel acceptable? Maybe. All right. Hopefully that towel is acceptable to her. She's checking it out. All right. Seems like it's acceptable to her. All right. She's cleaning herself. I think it's acceptable to her. All right. How was your guys' lunch? Let's see. They are going to be back. They are a half-hour delay. Hold on. Don't need to have that up. Can turn this off, right? She's giving it a hot minute. Yeah. She's licking herself. She's considering it. If one of the other kittens touches even just a little toe on her her space, she's like, nope, not for me, not for me. She's so funny. Widespread panic. If you put a bowl of tuna on the towel, it would be more acceptable. Erin had some tuna for lunch, and Superball got some. She got a little taster. Sneaky side, I think the towel will be approved. I think so. Seems like it. She blends in with the towel. I got to get a different color towel because she blends in with it. Let's see. Hey, Mona, I think you're confused. That is Superball's house along with everything in it, and she allows the two of you to live there. I would tend to agree. I would tend to agree with that statement. We are allowed to exist in her domain. How was your guys' lunch and or break? Yeah, Ken Rosenberg, black chair in the sun. Super Bowl's like, yeah, I hear you. Let's see. 8 Eastern. Yes, Sherry. Tonight's show with Whitney, Melissa, and Eric will be at 8 o'clock Eastern. That is correct. All right. Joe Schmo, you're curious about the origin, the name origin, the etymology of it? Let's see. Back when Aaron and I first met, maybe a couple years into our relationship, I took a shower, right? And I promise this won't be, this is PG, don't worry. She heard after I showered, she heard like a noise. She's like, what are you doing? So after I shower, I tend to do this with my hands and my arms. So I just kind of squeegee off the water, right? So that kind of became this running joke between her and I, and then some other people that we knew at work, so I kind of, just kind of got the name, squeegee, if you will, or a little bit. And then when we came up with our YouTube channel and I was thinking of a name for myself, I just thought the squeegee of justice worked well. Because then also I like to keep a clean stream. I like to keep the chat clean. I like to keep everybody nice and clean. I like to squeegee off the riffraff, if you will. I don't know. Yeah. So anyway, squeegee of justice. That's kind of where it came from. Because I like to squeegee myself after a shower. So I'm sure that didn't live up to the expectations, but there you have it. So let's see, Sneaky. Your dogs love the tuna water. I mix it in with their food. I think it's the cat's meow. They think it's the cat's meow. Yeah, that's what we do too. Aaron saved the water. We put it in like food if they get a little finicky here or there. And they gobble it down. Gobble it down. Therapist, you're moving furniture and boxes around, but you're here. Okay, fair enough. Thank you for letting us know. Widespread panic. Yep, we pay rent with cans of tuna. That is true. Baka says, we had a cat that the only food she would eat was Little Debbie's oatmeal cream sandwich crumbs our daughter would drop. That's funny. Joe, cute story. Thank you. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Yes, the squeegee. I am the squeegee. Sneaky side loves it. Let's see. Should be coming back in a few minutes here. Let's say top of the hour. Yes, Sneaky, you're cleaning crime off hard surfaces. Watch out, graffiti. Coming for you. Although I was never not a proponent of graffiti. I did like graffiti. I thought it was, I do like it. But yeah, I'm keeping the streets clean, keeping the criminals, keeping the criminals off the streets. Yeah, I just felt like my handle had to be something with of justice at the end of it, right? So squeegee of justice just kind of worked. Of justice kind of works with everything, right? Sneaky side of justice. Joe Schmo of justice. Hey Mona of justice. It is art. I have no problem with it. Especially on subways, I think it's cool. I always liked it when I saw a train pull in and it was just covered with graffiti. I thought that was cool. Leslie, you got a pull-up anchor. Hug your loved one. Have a lovely evening. All right. Thank you, Leslie. Hey, Leslie, if you can join us later tonight at 8 o'clock, Pammy's daughter, Whitney, is going to be on with some of her co-founders, Eric and Melissa, talking about the Advocacy Con that they've organized. So if you can join us later, that would be cool. Widespread panic, some graffiti can be artistic, absolutely, some not so much. I agree with that as well. Sneaky side, I like graffiti art. I just really need to make a dumb joke. Apologies. The therapist of justice, see? Perfect. There you go. Pammy coming in with cheese balls of justice. See? You got it. You got it. Poll for the next witness. Well, give me some names. Who do you think it'll be? Isabella. We know it's not Baker. Yes, please come back. For all those that are going to leave early, please come back. It'll be a great show tonight. Sneaky side. Pretty much every story Chris Aaron tells makes them more endearing. So I greatly enjoy story time. Aw. Thank you, Sneaky. Lily Wayne, I wonder who will be the first defense witness, and will they do that thing where they state hasn't proved its case? I think yes. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Oh, bad. You think that'll be your? Let's see. All right. Let's do a poll. Poll time. Who will be the defense first witness? You know, at lunchtime I was thinking, okay, state's done, yay! But guess what? They still have time for do a rebuttal. So just think about that one. All right. Well, let's start with the big one. And hold on. I'm not going to tell you what I'm writing. And just because Baker takes 2 days doesn't mean defense doesn't have to put on a case right now, right? They could be. They could wait. So okay, here are my 4 suggestions for you guys. Poll time, chat. Poll time. There we go. Oh, that's right. Anne reminded me, it is their second witness. That is true. They already had their first witness, Mr. Fillmore, Detective Fillmore. All right. Poll time. Who will be the defense first witness? Monica Sementilli, Deborah Obad, Isabella Sementilli, or Robert Baker? And Aaron reminded me it will be the second. Will be the second. Detective James Fillmore was first. So just keep that in mind. So who do you guys think will be the first? I should have said or none of the above, but that's we'll say that's a cop out. You got to pick one. No cop outs here. Got to pick a lane and stick with it. All right, who will be the defense first witness? All right, I voted. Yes. Hey, Mona, the state rested. You missed that. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, right before lunch. The state rests. Yeah. If you missed it, just rewind. Go back, go back about an hour and 50 minutes. 55 minutes. Yeah. Rewind about an hour and 55 minutes and you'll see it. So... Karen Michael, what was the disgraced detective terminated for? Yes. He was DUI. I think he had 5 empty bottles and he tried to bribe the arresting officer. So you were busy adulting. Yeah, go back up. Yeah, it's like an hour and a half. I'm sorry, hour and 50 minutes. I'm scrolling back. You go back to hour and 50. 54, 55. Yeah. Just go back. You'll see. It's right before they go to lunch. Hey, Ramsey, has the prosecution rested? Yes, the prosecution rested. They did indeed. Irish Amy, I think it will probably be another cop or insurance employee or something, sigh. I know. I could have put but I wanted you guys to pick out of those four. Those are like the top four, right? Those are the top four that we can think of. So we got 27 votes. 27 votes. I would love to hear from all four of them at some point. Oh my. Hold on. I was watching a trial recently where the witness not only watched YouTube coverage, but commented on how bad one side was doing. Ouch. Baca, was there an accident involved? I don't know, because I don't know anything about it other than what was being posted yesterday. And I'm sorry, I forget who was posting it. I forget who. Somebody in the chat found it. I forget. If it's Bella, I hope she's changed her mind about supporting her mom. Yeah, hold on. And then, of course, the judge had to decide what to do with that infraction. Goodness. Yeah. Julie cannot imagine Bella testifying. I know, that's a tough one because she's the first one, right? Because usually the person that finds, the deceased, that's pretty big. The person who called 911, so she's got two of the top two things you would want to hear. You would want to hear from that person, right? Ken Rosenberg, did anyone catch that officer DUI interact with the lawyer on the way out? Seemed like he might. Yes, had a friendly relationship. I did. He actually patted Silverman on the. I think it was Silverman on the. Gave her a pat. But then he also did it to, I think, Levine. I think he did it to both. I did see that, Ken. At first, I was like, oh, look, he's, but then I think he also, probably in the course of his career, he's probably testified against them or for them, Yeah, just kind of an interesting moment given the emotions on the stand during his testimony. I did catch that. Yes, Baca is agreeing. Yes, yeah, I tried to bribe his way out. Yes, I think the arresting officer or something like that. Julie, yeah, we might want to hear from Bella, of course, but it might be too much for her. Sure, of course. Sorry. No, that's going to be like, of course it might be too much for her, but A, she found the deceased, and B, she called 911. How many trials have we watched where, you hear the 911 call? Of course you're going to hear from
Yeah, impressed I am. Thank you.
Sounds like they're back.
Now, if you're listening during your deliberations, or you're listening to an audio and you wish to have a transcript, all you have to do is ask for it. One will be given to you to help you understand the audio, and then retrieved as we've done here in court. This time the people rest.
Yes, sir.
People may call or strike that. The defense may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Anna Larson. Right there, ma'am. If you could face me and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly state that the testimony you may give in the cause now pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. Can you please have a seat for the stand? And for the record, say and spell your first and last name, please.
My name is Anna, A-N-N-A, Crescentini, C-R-E-S-C-E-N-T-I-N-I.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Larson.
Good afternoon.
Larson or Crescentini?
Crescentini is my maiden name. Larson is my married name.
What do you want to be noted by? What do you want to be called?
My legal documents say Crescentini.
Okay, proceed.
Ms. Crescentini, did you fly in from Canada a few days ago to Los Angeles in order to testify in this trial?
I flew in on February 23rd in order to testify and be supportive for my sister and her girls.
Can you tell me, I think you just did, but your relationship, you are Monica Sementilli's sister?
Correct.
Are you her older sister, and by how many years?
Yes, I am the oldest sister. I am 2.5 years older than her.
And where did you and Monica grow up?
We grew up just outside of Toronto, and then we moved to a little north of Toronto to Woodbridge, where we grew up in our family home with my mom and dad and my younger sister.
And your younger sister is how much younger?
She's 10 years younger than me.
I want to bring you back to 2016, the year before your brother-in-law Fabio was murdered. In 2016, ma'am, were you describe for us your relationship with Monica, your sister. Did you have a relationship?
Yes, we were
Monica?
very close. We grew much closer when we got married and had kids. We spent most of our days together when she lived in Canada. And when she moved to California, I was devastated, as well as my mom. We were so sad. And I kept in touch with her. We talked every day, sometimes three times a day. I would go on vacations. All my vacations were to LA to visit and stay with my sister and the girls and Fab. Fab was very close to our family as well. Like I said, when they were in Canada, we spent almost every day together.
And prior to 2016, well, let me start with this. 2016, Monica and Fabio and their girls had already moved to Canada, from Canada to Los Angeles?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Did you know of Fabio before he married Monica?
I knew when they started dating. I met him. That's the first time I met him. I saw him around because my sister worked at a clothing store next to their salon. So I would see him, but I didn't know who he was until Monica later on told me that this is her boyfriend, and we started to go on double dates together.
Okay. At the time you first met Fabio, was he already separated from his former wife?
Yes, that's what we were told by Fabio and Monica, that he was separated and divorcing his wife.
And at some point, did you learn that Fabio and Monica were getting married?
Yes, we learned. He came over, asked my dad permission, and proposed, and we were very happy.
Did your family accept Fabio into the family with any issues because he had been a divorced man?
No, there were no issues. Obviously, that's because he had a son and an ex-wife. My mom, especially, and I talked to Monica and said, it's going to be a little difficult. It'll be a little different, but we love him, and that was it. And we accepted him from day one as my brother, my mom as a son.
Was there any problem created that you observed between Monica and your family because Fabio was divorced?
None.
And you were close at that time with the other members of your family, your parents, your sister?
Very close.
Can you tell us about what you observed at the time Monica and Fabio got married about their relationship, how they interacted? Did you have an opportunity to observe that?
Yes. They seemed extremely happy when they were preparing for their marriage, after they were married. They seemed very happy. I've never seen them argue. When we went on a few double dates, I know Fabio had a very jealousy issue, so many times we were actually thrown out of bars and clubs because he would get into arguments or physical fights with other people there because of comments they made about my sister or things like that. But that, I just thought he was a jealous guy. That was it. And
Do you remember a specific instance after they were married where Fabio expressed that he was jealous?
I hear it.
yes, there was one time when we came to LA on vacation, and we went out for dinner in LA, and then we went to a cigar lounge, and a gentleman sitting behind us was smoking a cigar, didn't have an ashtray, and turned to Monica and asked to borrow the ashtray, which Monica handed to him. And then Fab immediately turned to him and said, get up and get your own ashtray, leave my wife alone, kind of thing. And you can tell he was very upset because he thought that the gentleman was looking at his wife, my sister.
Other than that experience, did you ever have any other experience with Fabio being angry or in conflict with each other?
Never.
Any other person?
No.
And at the point Monica and Fabio moved to California with their girls, did you continue to have a close relationship with both Monica and Fabio?
Yes, I did.
How often would you actually see Monica and Fabio?
Well, like I said, anytime I had time off work, I would fly to LA, me and my family, my husband, sometimes me and my kids, sometimes me and a girlfriend would go. Monica and Fabio came often to Canada. We would see each other at least during the summer, every Christmas, perhaps even March break sometimes. So we were together quite a bit. We saw each other quite a bit.
Did you also get to know Fabio's family?
Yes.
Were you close with Fabio's family?
We were close, especially with Luigi. He was always welcome into our home. We spent many vacations together with Luigi. We went to Italy with Luigi. Luigi would be invited for Christmas dinners at my parents' house, birthday dinners at my parents' house. And we were very close with his mom and Dave, her husband. And they were very close to my kids as well.
How about Fabio's sister Morella? Before or at the time, near the time Fabio and Monica and their girls moved to Los Angeles, did you spend any significant time with Morella?
I was close with Morella. We had a good relationship, I thought. She was very kind with me. I was very kind to her. She would invite me to her house to swim by the pool when Monica was in town, and we'd have dinners together. And I did the same. She came to a few of my house parties and pool parties. So we had a pretty decent relationship. I don't know if you would call it significant. It's not someone that I would pick up the phone and call unless my sister and Fab were here.
And when you say we're here, meaning in Canada?
In Canada,
okay.
Yeah.
And after Fabio and Monica moved to California, did you continue to see them as much as you'd seen them in Canada?
Well, no, because when they lived in Canada, like I said, we saw each other almost every day. At least my sister and I and our kids were together almost every day. Our kids went to the same school. We went to my mom's house 3 times, maybe 4 times a week for dinner, the whole family. And Fabio obviously was there as well, unless he was traveling.
Okay. And let's bring ourselves to 2016, the year before Fabio was murdered. How often do you think you were personally with Fabio and Monica to observe them together in 2016?
In 2016, they came for Christmas. I went there in March break. I believe they came in the summer. And then I went and spent Christmas with my family at their house on 2016 Christmas holidays, New Year's for 2017.
Okay. And during those trips, when you started with Christmas, you mean Christmas 2015 and then into 16, the spring?
Oh, I was talking 2016, 2016 Christmas up until 15 and 16, yes, you're right.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in the last time you spent with them, you came for Christmas of 2016, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about Christmas 2016. You came to Los Angeles with other family members?
Yes, my husband and my 3 children. We came on Boxing Day, I believe, the 26th or the 27th, because we spent Christmas with my mom and dad.
And you stayed through that next week? How long did you stay?
I stayed all through New Year's until I believe it was January 6th, because I had to go back to work. I'm a teacher, so I just went for the 2 weeks of Christmas holiday.
How long have you been a teacher?
Since 1994.
Who do you teach?
Oh, I teach 8th grade, science and math.
Have you always
taught 8th grade.
8th grade, and always science and math?
Always science. Well, I teach everything, but science and math are my specialties.
I see. And when you arrived in California for, it looks like you said the 26th, the 27th through the 6th of January, did you stay with Monica and Fabio?
Yes, we always stayed at their house. And when they traveled to Toronto, they always stayed at my parents' house. And even if Fab traveled on his own, he always would stay with my parents.
How often would you see Fabio when he was in Canada alone for traveling for business?
Well, when I knew he was coming and he was staying at my parents' house, we would make a point to go there for dinner. My mom tried to keep all of us together all the time, which was beautiful.
And did you say he would stay with you, not...
No, he would stay with my mom and dad.
Your mom and dad?
Yes.
Monica's mom and dad, your mom and dad?
Correct.
Would that be consistent, that he would stay with your mom and dad, or did he stay also with his family ever?
I don't ever remember him staying with his family. He would go visit them and spend the day with them, but to sleep, he would always come back to my parents' house because he felt very comfortable there. Monica and Fab also lived with my parents for about a year while they were waiting for their house to be ready.
When was that?
When Jessica was born.
Okay. And so back to December, early January of 2017. You stayed through the 6th of January, which would have been about a couple of weeks before Fabio was killed, right?
Correct.
Did you have an opportunity when you were living with Fabio and Monica during that time period, the 27th of December through the 6th, to observe their relationship?
Yes, they seemed very happy, like they always did. They were dancing around in the kitchen, they were singing songs. Fab bought us, both my sister and I, gift certificates to a very fancy spa. So my sister and I went one day, and Grant, my husband, Fabio, and all 5 children went out for the day and spent it with the dads.
Did you observe, how much of that trip were you actually with Monica and Fabio? Were you with them?
The entire time.
So from the time you got up in the morning till you went to sleep?
Correct.
Okay. And did you at any time during that trip see Monica going out at night or leaving?
No,
or
never.
Socializing without being with you all and Fabio?
No, never.
And during that entire stay in December and January 2017, did you ever observe any conflict or awkward moments between Fabio and Monica?
Never.
And you said you were also there with your husband Grant
Yes.
and your 3 boys?
I have 2 boys and a daughter.
Okay, and how old were they in December, January?
Of 2017?
Yes, ma'am.
Let me do some math in my head. So they would have been, well, my son now is 28, so 8 years ago he would have been just turning 20. My other son, Matthew, would have been 18, and my daughter would have been 15.
And you all stayed in the
home.
Sementilli house with
Correct.
Monica, Fabio, and their 2 girls.
Yes.
During that trip, did you sleep in a particular bedroom at the house?
Yes, we slept in the guest bedroom, which was also Fab's snoring room, as my sister called it. So we slept there, which was right next to the master bedroom.
Okay. And you slept there with your husband?
With my husband, Grant, yes.
And where did your 3 children sleep?
My daughter, I believe, took turns sleeping in either Isabella's room or Jessica's room, and my 2 boys slept in the upstairs. There's an open space, kind of like a family room that had a TV, a bunch of couches and beds, and a little desk area. So they slept there.
At any point during that trip, did you go with Monica to any sports gym or sports area?
Yes, we went to LA Fitness a couple of times. That's not the first time I went with her. I've been there, like I said, on my other trips. We went. But that particular time period during the Christmas break, we went to play racquetball. So the first day I went, just Monica and I. We played racquetball. And then the next morning I came home that night and told my kids, you should really come and play, you'd love it. And so the next day my sons came and we played, I believe it was 3 days in a row.
3 days in a row?
Yeah.
And when you were at the gym, do you remember what the gym was called?
It was called LA Fitness.
And while you were playing racquetball, was there ever a time you met someone who was introduced to you as Robert Baker?
I met someone named Rob, which I later came to find out his last name was Baker, but I didn't know his last name at the time.
Tell us how you met Rob.
We were playing, the first time I met Rob, Monica still had a personal trainer. I believe his name was Matt. And she brought me to the gym and we did a personal training session with Matt. And then we went to the racquetball court area and played racquetball. And she introduced me to Rob as the coordinator, racquetball coach, and said I should play with him because he's really good. So I did.
At that time, do you remember which day of your trip those 3 days were?
I don't remember.
Towards the beginning, middle, or end?
It was like in the middle because there was very little to do between, Boxing Day and New Year's Eve. So it was somewhere in there. And I remember that because on the last day, we went the 3rd day, I asked Robert if I would see him at the New Year's Eve party. And he laughed and said, no, I'm not coming. And I said, oh, why? And he answered, because I don't drink anymore.
Did you play racquetball with Rob at any point in your trip?
Yes, I played, not the first day. I don't think I played on the first day we went, but the 2nd and 3rd day we went.
At that time, did you have any idea or belief that your sister Monica was in any kind of intimate relationship with Rob?
Absolutely not. There was nothing unusual between them, and I did not get any feeling or vibe at all.
At any time during those 3 days, did you see Rob all 3 days or just 1 or 2 of them?
I think only two of the days.
At any time, did you see your sister and Rob go off whispering or appear to be secretive in any way?
No. My boys also played racquetball with Rob.
Separately?
Yes, because you play in twos. So Rob and Eric, and then Rob and Matthew would play. And I played with Robert.
And then did you see Rob any time after that before Fabio was murdered?
No.
After that, were you with your sister for those days that you continued to be in LA, however many they were from the middle to when you left on the 6th?
Yes, every day.
Were there any days that your sister was gone for any period of time from your presence?
No, we even went grocery shopping together. I went to Ralph's, I helped her do the groceries, we would come home, we'd make dinner together. I don't recall any time when I wasn't with her.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you celebrated New Year's Eve with Monica and Fabio?
Yes.
Tell us about that. Who was there for that celebration?
So on New Year's Eve, it was my family, so myself, Grant, my 3 children, Monica, Fab, Isabella, Jessica, their neighbor and friend, Deborah, and Mike, and their, I believe, their son, Max. Jessica's boyfriend at the time, I don't remember his name, Ernie and his wife, Emily.
Is that Ernie Valerano?
Yes, I believe so.
Do you know who Ernie was?
Yes, I know he was a friend of Fab's.
A friend of Fabio's?
A friend of Fabio's, yes. And Nick, I don't know his last name, also a friend of Fabio's.
Is that, if I said Nick Berardi,
yes,
does that sound
that's
familiar?
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
And his girlfriend at the time.
Okay.
And then after dinner, racquetball friends came. So I met Elise, I don't know her name, and her husband, I forget his name. Okay. I met Faye and her husband, I don't remember his name.
Okay. And during that evening, Ms. Cristini, did you have an opportunity to observe how Monica and Fabio were interacting?
Yeah, they were great. They were entertaining the whole group. We had, my sister and I went and got karaoke. So Fab was busy putting on the karaoke songs and we were all singing. And it was raining kind of that night and cool. So we were all under the covered part of the patio where he usually sits. And the TV's right there. So we were having a good time.
And that was a favored area that you were well aware of?
Yes. He had his own chair. We knew where he would be all the time. He sat in his chair, smoked a cigar, watched his TV, extremely loud, and would be on the phone. He just had a very bubbly, outgoing personality.
Did you know anyone who had any conflict with Fabio?
I don't know of anyone. He was well loved. I don't know of anybody who would have done that.
So you fly back to Canada on the 6th. Did you have any custom or regular routine with your communication with your sister?
Yes, so because I work, I teach, the minute I get home, I usually get home Toronto time around 5:30, and just before I start dinner, I would go outside, grab a glass of wine, sit on the patio, call my sister, or she would call me, always around that time, because she knew I was home. When I'm at school, I don't have my phone, so we don't talk during the day, but the minute I get home, and Toronto's 3 hours ahead, so if I get home at 5:30, it's like 2:30 here, and we would talk, sometimes 2-3 times a night, almost every day.
Okay. And at that time in January, let's say January 6th to January 23rd, were you also regularly communicating with Monica by text?
Yes, we text each other, we would call each other. Depended.
How often would you be texting with Monica during this period?
Usually we would call each other because she knew I would be home at certain times. But if she didn't answer, I would text and say, hey, where are you? Give me a call when you're home, stuff like that. And she would do the same.
When you would text with Monica, would you use any particular app frequently to communicate with her?
Yeah, I used WhatsApp because it's free.
Is WhatsApp an encrypted app?
I believe it's an encrypted app, but it's free for anybody, and you could use it to make long-distance calls as long as you have Wi-Fi.
Is the fact that it's encrypted, was that any part of you using that app?
No, the fact that it was free for me to call my sister in the States is why I used it. And people in Italy, you could use it anywhere, internationally.
Were you aware that in December of 2016, whether Monica had the WhatsApp app?
Yes, she had the WhatsApp app.
How long had you communicated with Monica on WhatsApp as of December 2016 using specifically WhatsApp?
I'm sorry, how long?
Yeah, how many months, how many days, or...
As soon as I got my iPhone, I downloaded it, so... 2 years maybe? I don't know. Since I've had an iPhone, we've done it, and I've had an iPhone for a very long time.
And when you say we've done it, you were communicating with Monica for that full time, both on her iPhone and WhatsApp?
Yes. Go back and forth, depending where I was. If I was at home or in the car or at someone's house, I would use WhatsApp.
Okay. And you would also use your iPhone messaging to communicate with Monica?
Yes.
I'd like to draw your attention, unfortunately, to the day that you learned Fabio had been murdered, the 23rd of January 2017. Had you spoken to Monica on the 23rd at all?
Yes.
During the day?
Yes, when I got home from work, which again was around 5:30, I grabbed a glass of wine and I went on the patio in the middle of winter to have a cigarette, and I called her and she would do the same. She'd grab a glass of wine, grab a cigarette, and we talked. And we talked about our day, what was going on.
Let me stop you just for a second.
Sure.
You have a specific memory of being on the phone with Monica on the 23rd of January 2017?
Yes.
Okay. And you believe that was at what time? The best you can recall.
Toronto time, between 5 and 5:30. So here 2 and 2:30.
Okay.
And when I spoke to her, I remember hearing her say goodbye to the cleaning lady. She said, the cleaning lady's here, she's just leaving. I heard her walk through the kitchen and open the patio door because it squeaks. And I heard the TV blaring and her say to Fabio, is it possible this TV has to be this loud? And which is something she would always say to him because it was very loud. And I screamed out and said, say hi to Fab for me. And he screamed back, hi Annare, because that's what he used to call me.
He called you what?
Annare.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that was something you heard on the 23rd?
Yes.
Okay.
And I asked her, oh, he's home today? And she said, yeah, he's sitting outside. He's on doing some calls and watching TV. But this TV's so loud, the whole neighborhood could hear it.
Was Fabio usually at work or always at home when you called? If you know, when you called her or she called you during the day?
You may answer.
When I called her, he was at work. Usually.
And is it your testimony that you specifically recall a discussion about Fabio being home that day, or you just heard his voice?
No, like I said, I heard her open the door, I heard the TV, and I heard her say, "Fab, is it possible that the TV's so loud?" And then I said, "Say hi to Fab for me," and he said, "Hi, Annette," and she closed the door, and that's how come I remember.
Do you recall anything else that Monica talked to you about during that phone call?
Yeah, I was getting ready to go because my kids were looking at me through the patio door making a motion like this because they were hungry. And I said, "Okay, Mo, I have to go in. I got to get dinner started. These kids are starving. Call me when you're done dinner." And she said, "Yeah, I have to go to Ralph's because Fab wants what we call fatina, which are veal cutlets, and I need to buy some stuff." And I said, "Okay, call me when you're starting to get dinner ready, because by then I would have finished dinner, and we can talk again." And she said she would.
Did Monica on the call seem rushed at all, or different from when you usually spoke to her?
Not at all. She seemed 100% herself.
Did you say it was you who told her you had to go while you were speaking on the phone?
That's correct. I said I had to go because my kids were hungry. I had to make dinner. And she said, "Okay, yes, I have to go to Fab wants fatina for dinner. I need to go buy some stuff."
And you both hung up the call?
And we hung up knowing that she would call me back. She usually, when we said that, when I said, "Okay, call me later when you're getting dinner ready," I was expecting a call around 7:30. And instead I got one at 8.
Okay. Let's talk about that briefly. How did you learn that Fabio had been murdered?
I went to lay down on the couch after dinner while my husband was cleaning up, and I left my cell phone on the kitchen counter. It started to ring, and I said to my husband, "Can you answer it? It's probably my sister." So he answered it in a goofy voice, because he goofed around with my sister all the time. And he went, "Hello," something like that, like very weird answer. And then he held the phone to his ear and his mouth open, and he just went, "What? What are you talking about?" And I said to him, Stop fooling around, just give me the phone." I knew it was my sister. And he passed the phone to me in shock, and all I could hear was Jessica screaming and crying, hysterical, saying, "My father's dead. They killed him. He's dead." And I didn't understand. I'm like, "What happened? What's going on?" And she was just crying hysterically. And I said, "Who's there? Pass me to someone. Where's your mom?" And she said, "My mom's here. She can't talk." And she passed the phone to Deborah. And Deborah is the one who told me what happened.
Okay. Deborah was who to you? Did you know a Deborah?
Yes, I've met Deborah on almost since my sister and Fab moved there and lived on Nogales Street. She was a neighbor there, and that was one of the first friendships that Fab and my sister made. So every time I went to California, I always saw Deb and Mike.
And that was Deborah Obad and her husband Mike?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do upon learning this and speaking with Jessica, if anything?
With speaking with Jessica or Deborah?
I'm sorry, Deborah.
When I spoke to Deborah, I learned that Fab was stabbed, that he died, that Bella found him, that there was nothing that the paramedics could do, that police were there, and Monica and the girls were standing in the driveway, and Monica didn't want to leave. And I asked to speak to Monica, but Deborah told me that she couldn't talk. She couldn't come to the phone. She's in no condition to talk. She can't put words together. And I said, "Okay, please tell her I'm going to come immediately, and Grant's getting a flight out for me I'll be there soon. Just tell her I'll be there soon. And Deborah asked me if I was going to tell my parents, and I said, I'm driving there right now. It's not a phone call you want to make. So I hung up with Deborah. We had agreed that I would call her the minute I knew of flight information. I jumped in my car and I drove to my mom's house, and I had to break the news to my parents, and my mom collapsed. I'm sorry. My mom collapsed on the floor. My dad and I picked her up, put her on the couch, and immediately she said, I want to talk to her, I want to talk to the girls. So I said, okay, Grant's working on getting us a flight. We're going to try to leave tonight. We called Deborah back because my mom and I both wanted to make sure Monica was okay and Bella was okay. And so we called Deborah back, and I said, Grant's still working on it. We had talked in between, and he had told me that couldn't find any flights leaving that night. He was going to try to see the earliest flight in the morning for my mom and I. And I gave her that information, and I said, as soon as I have my flight booked, I will call you and tell you what time we land, but it'll probably be in the morning. And she said, don't worry, somebody will come and pick you up. And someone will come and pick you up. And then I asked to speak to Monica, and my mom, I had the phone to my ear, and my mom, her head and my head were together on the phone, and all we could hear was her crying hysterically. And we just screamed, be strong, we're coming, we're on our way, we'll be there in the morning, And then Deborah took the phone back and said, I made Deborah promise not to leave them alone there because we didn't know anybody here. I said, please don't leave the girls alone. And she said, I promise you I'll take them all back to my house until you get here. And I said, okay. So I hung up, and that was my conversation with Deborah, and the only time that I spoke to my mom, spoke to my sister. Later on, I believe Deborah called me again to tell me they were across the street at a neighbor's house. And I think I spoke to Jessica. I don't remember, but I spoke to Deb, and she told me that they were across the street in the neighbor's house, and Monica was just sitting on the couch looking out the window, calling out for Fab.
You then made arrangements and got down to Los Angeles?
Yes, my husband got us tickets for the first flight in the morning. We came immediately, got a direct flight. I think we landed around lunchtime here.
Okay, and that was on the 24th of January, the day after Fabio was killed?
Correct. I also called Marco that night because I didn't have the heart to call Marilla. I didn't know if she knew. So I called Marco, and when he answered the phone, I just heard Marilla in the background wailing. And I said, I guess you heard the news, we're leaving, my mom and I are leaving in the morning. And he had asked if we should maybe wait and all go together. And I said, I'm not waiting, I'm going now. I can't leave my sister and the girls there alone. And my mom feels the same way.
Let me understand. So in that conversation with Marco, he asked you to wait to leave for Los Angeles?
Yeah, so that we could all go together.
Did they not go with you the next day?
My mom and I flew on the first flight out.
Okay.
I'm not sure when they arrived, if it was the 24th or the 25th.
Okay. So you all flew out the next day. Did you go straight to the house?
Straight to the house.
Or did you go somewhere else?
So Mike, Deborah's husband, and Jessica came to pick me up. We drove straight to Monica and Fab's house. There was a woman who I later found out recognized as Elise was standing in the street talking to media. There was media everywhere. The gates opened, we pulled in, and Mike made a comment like, what is that crazy lady doing talking to the media? And immediately Nick, Fab's friend, came out and grabbed her and said, we said we weren't going to speak to the media, and pulled her in. I didn't recognize her immediately because I could really care less about her. My goal was to see my sister and the girls. And when my mom and I ran into the house, we found my sister on the couch, hugging a gray sweater that belonged to Fabio and rocking. Tears pouring down her face. She had toilet paper and Kleenex all around her. And when we tried to talk to her, she wasn't even making eye contact with us. She just kept holding this sweater saying, I don't know why I didn't fix it. And we were like trying to figure out what she was talking about. And then she told us there was a hole in it and he had asked her to sew up the hole and she didn't get to it. And my mom offered to take the sweater and said, I'll fix it. And she said, no, I don't want anyone else to touch it. It still smells like him. And she stayed with that sweater till the wake and even after.
Did you were with your mom when you got to the house?
Yes.
And you were both with Monica from the time you got to the house through when?
Until we all came back to Canada with Fab's body. So that would have been
later?
The 30th, yeah.
Okay. So when you got to the house, was there a time at which Morella and Marco and her family, Fabio's family, came?
Yes, but I don't think it was the 24th. I think they came like the 25th, and it was a staggered entry. Like not everybody came at the same time. But it was, do you want to know who came?
Well, let's start with, did Morella come?
Yes.
Okay. And from the day she got there, if that was, you think the next day?
I think it was the next day.
Okay.
Yeah.
From the day she got there, did you and Monica and Morella spend a lot of time together that next week through when you say you went back to Canada?
Yes.
For Fabio's burial?
Morella and all her family stayed at a hotel close by, but they came straight to the house every morning and stayed until night.
Stayed until nighttime?
Stayed until nighttime.
And
Fab's mom was also there.
Were you staying at a hotel or where were you staying?
I was staying at the house and I slept in the same bed with my sister.
Okay. And during the time that Morella got there, let's say that first day, can you describe how Monica was, her demeanor, how she was acting?
She was clearly in shock. We had actually called her family doctor and he came to do a house call and he prescribed her something and told us that she is clearly in shock.
Objection. Hearsay.
Assistant.
Okay. Can you describe
Monica?
What she looked like, what her demeanor was?
Sure.
Stricken.
Can I answer? Okay.
Yes.
She was in her gray robe the whole time, very rarely changed out of it. Tears were always streaming down her face, even though she wasn't like sobbing hysterically. There were always tears going down her face. Her nose was always running. She sat outside with me most days and Morella. She created like a little shrine where Fab used to sit and I don't know if it was Monica or who did, but somebody put a hat and his favorite cigar and his favorite tequila next to there, and so we all sat around this chair and she would just stare at it, holding this gray sweater, tears coming down. She really couldn't put together a sentence for the first day or so till she started actually talking. And she never really told me what happened. I heard it from Jessica and Isabella because she just couldn't even bring herself to describe what she saw.
That first day Morella got there, or even the second or third day, was there ever a time that you observed Monica conducting a tour of the crime scene, of the place where Fabio had been murdered, or talking about what had been found or not found by the police?
I never remember her doing anything of the sort.
Was there ever a time during that day that Morella got there that you observed Monica giving away Fabio's personal things?
The only time I saw my sister give anything away was the Rolex watch that Fab had on. She had told me that she wanted to give that to Luigi and wanted to make sure Luigi got that because Fabio would want his son to have that. And so she gave Luigi that. And the only other time I remember any talk of taking stuff that belonged to Fabio was when they were choosing what Fabio was going to wear in the casket. And they were deciding between suits, which suit should he wear, the red one, the blue one, the gray one, his favorite hat, how they called him Big Daddy. And at that time, I think my sister said to the nephews and Luigi, if you would like to take a piece of clothing or something to remember Fabio by, please go ahead and feel free to do so. She wasn't giving away his stuff. She was offering a memento for them to take back to Canada if they wanted something.
And did you personally observe this?
Yes.
And did you observe any of Morella or any of her family members asking for any items that they, after she offered this?
They didn't ask, they just went in and they came out. I think someone took a hat, and someone took a scarf, someone took a jacket. I really wasn't paying attention to what they took, but I know they did take stuff.
Okay. During the week after you got there, did you stay every night with Monica at the house?
Every night.
And during the day, were you there all the time with Monica?
All day.
Okay. Would she leave for any reason, for any period of time?
Not without me.
And during that week, was there anything, you talked about her crying and getting a sedative or whatever it was from the doctor. Did you ever... Was there anything unusual about her self-care or hygiene that you noticed that week that was different in any way from how Monica usually kept herself?
Yes, I would have to force her to take a shower. I would have to walk her to the bathroom, open the shower door, turn on the shower, tell her to take a shower, tell her to brush her teeth. We would try to force feed her because she wasn't eating, but she was drinking wine and she was smoking a lot. But we all were. I was, Morella was, we were all outside with her, and we all did the same thing.
At some point during that week, did you and Monica and Morella arrange for a funeral home and a casket for Fabio?
Yes, we called around and we found a funeral home. We went, the three of us together, to pick out the casket. Morella picked out the blue one, silver metal one.
Was there a discussion while you were there about how Fabio would be buried, whether he would be buried or cremated?
When I was there, the only conversation that I remember having was my sister coming out. Luigi was present, Isabella, Jessica, Morella, myself, and Morella's mom, Maria. And Monica came out and said, your dad had always told me that he wanted to be cremated, but I don't know how you guys feel about it, so you're his children, you guys should decide. And they all decided that he should be cremated. And I remember this conversation because Fabio's mom, who had the dementia or Alzheimer's, I'm not sure which one, she said to Morella in Italian, but maybe there's a needle that we could give him that could bring him back to life. And Morella said, oh, really, Mom? Okay, let me ask Vanessa, because her daughter Vanessa was in medical school. And then she later said, no, Mom, there is no such needle. So that's why I remember the conversation about the cremation.
Did you ever hear during that whole time that you observed or heard this conversation, anyone say that Fabio would not want to be cremated?
Never.
And when you say, I think you referred to the children deciding whether he would be cremated, was that Jessica and Bella and Luigi?
Correct.
And was there any disagreement at all between them as to what they decided?
Objection, speculation.
Did you
As
hear?
form sustained.
Did you hear during that conversation between when it was brought up and when it was decided, any conversation about a disagreement or objection to Fabio being cremated?
I did not even know that was a thing, that anybody was upset about that. That never came up.
And when you say that never came up, even after that conversation?
Yes.
And then at the end of that week, Sunday, that's when the funeral home and viewing took place?
I believe it was a Sunday, yes.
Okay. And you all then went back for a wake or some kind of reception at the Sementilli home?
Correct.
And were you there?
Yes.
Can you tell us about Monica? Did she attend the viewing and at the funeral home?
Yes, so we all went to the funeral home together. It was the first time that we were going to see Fab. The casket was open. She was very distraught, crying. Jessie didn't want to look at the casket, but she did. Everybody was very emotional. I walked my sister over to the casket. She placed her hand on Fab's shoulder. She said a few things. I don't remember exactly what she said. I love you. I miss you. Why did this happen to you?
Objection, hearsay, and relevance.
Oh.
Did she say anything else that you recall?
No, because she was crying. Mumbling words, crying. Then we left there. We went home. The caterer, or whoever it was starting to set up the tables in the backyard. So she said, I'm going to put on my robe and lay down for a bit. And she did that. And she said, call me when people start coming. So she did that. And then when people came, I went to call her. I told her, okay, people are coming, you need to get up. And she got up and got dressed, but wore running shoes, and I don't even remember what she wore, but it was nothing fancy. It wasn't her robe though. She changed out of her robe. She was dressed in the morning, came home, changed into her robe and pajamas, laid down, and then when I told her people were coming, she got up, got dressed, and came out.
When you got home with Monica, was the reception already being set up? You mentioned about tables and...
Yeah, they were setting up tables and chairs, and there were some people around from the restaurant or a caterer getting stuff ready.
Do you know who made those arrangements or who organized it?
I think it was the company, Wella or Cody, and with maybe Morella suggested it. I don't know. I know I didn't suggest it, but they did, and they had this company come in, and they did a wonderful job.
Why do you think Morella suggested it or might have suggested it?
Well, I only...
Speculation.
This thing.
Did you see Morella during this day or in the previous days interacting in any way with Fabio's company to make arrangements for any reception?
Yes. At this time, Morella...
Objection, non-responsive.
So ruled.
Morella was busy writing the obituary, and she asked us what did we think about this obituary. She was busy calling Toronto, trying to make arrangements in Toronto. She booked a hall in Toronto to have this ginormous party for when Fabio had his viewing in Toronto. She was dealing with the menu with Fab's co-workers. She had them drive her and her family back and forth from the hotel to the house, back to the hotel at night, and I didn't think this was a problem until Alicia, Fabio's personal assistant, came to me.
Sustained.
Was there something unusual that made you think it was a problem at some point that occurred?
Yes, because
Oh, here, it's overruled.
yes, because Alicia, Fabio's assistant, came to me and said that Morella's being a little bit too demanding, and she'd rather deal with me because I seem more calm.
Objection to this hearsay.
That's sustained.
Move to strike.
Very good.
Did you learn that members of Fabio's company believed that Morella was being demanding about arranging for things?
Sustained.
Did you come to understand that Alicia Truesdale believed that Morella was being demanding?
Same objection.
It's the same thing, counsel. Sustained.
Thank you. Ma'am, at some point during the week between Fabio's death and this reception, did any members of Fabio's company come to the house to speak with Monica?
Yes, I should point out that during that whole week, it was a revolving door at Monica and Fab's house. There were lots of people coming and going, but from...
Non-responsive.
It is not responsive.
Were you there that whole week?
Yes.
And you were there both during the days and into the evenings?
Yes.
And at some point, did you see and meet members of Fabio's company who came to the house?
Yes.
Do you remember which day they came to the house?
No.
And when they came over, who came over?
Henry from HR, Alicia Truesdale, and there was another woman, but I don't remember her name.
Okay.
His boss, Sal, and his wife.
Okay. And do you know, did you have an understanding why they were coming over?
To give condolences. Henry came to talk about what they were going to do for Monica, what the company would do for Monica, and he spoke to her in private.
Okay, before he spoke to her in private, had you ever heard your sister ask about what she was getting from Fabio's benefits or life insurance prior to the time that these folks came over from the company?
No, I did not.
And when they came over from the company, Sal and Henry, did you sit down with Monica and Sal or Henry from the company?
No, I never sat down with them.
Okay. At some point during the time they were there, did anyone ask to speak to Monica privately?
Henry asked to speak to Monica privately.
Okay. And that was the same day he came over?
Yes.
And did you observe what Monica did in response to Henry asking to speak to her privately?
They went to her bedroom and they spoke privately in there.
At any time while they were meeting, did you or Morella go into the bedroom and sit with them?
No.
At any time while Henry or Sal were there, did you and Morella go into the living room or dining room and sit with Henry and Monica?
I believe we were already sitting at the dining room table when Henry and Monica came out.
Okay. Before Henry and Monica went in, was there ever a discussion in front of you and Morella with Monica present about life insurance or benefits or stock options or anything like that?
No.
Asked to Morella.
It's overruled.
No.
Do you have a distinct memory of that?
I don't, actually. I remember him coming out And I don't remember Monica ever asking anything. I remember Henry coming out and saying he took good care of. We're going to take good care of her.
Okay. And after they came out, did you learn for the first time that the company was offering to continue Fabio's salary for 6 months?
Correct. I knew they were going to pay up until June.
Okay. How did you learn that?
I think it might have been Henry that told me.
And that was after they came out of the room?
Yes.
At that same day, was there ever a time that you heard any discussion of stock options or life insurance from Henry or anyone else at the company?
No.
And did Monica at any time during that day ever say anything about her wanting a lawyer because she thought she might be screwed?
Absolutely not.
Did she ever during that day that the company members were there ever bring up the subject of getting a lawyer?
No.
Did you return with Monica after the wake to Canada?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't return with her. I came the next day.
Okay. And when did she return?
She returned on February 8th.
Okay. And before she returned, were you there during the rest of the wake on the 29th?
Yes.
Were you with Monica the whole time, or were you separated at times from Monica?
The night of the wake?
Yes.
For the majority of the night, I was right beside her. But I mean, I did get up and go talk to some of the guests that were there. But I could see her sitting on the patio furniture.
Was there a time that you observed Monica greet or have any conversation with Rob Baker?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So Robert Baker came into the doorway. He hugged her. They were standing there. It looked to me like he was whispering something to her, but she was not answering. I said, "Hi, are you coming to the back?" And they said, "Yes, we're coming." And then I went into the kitchen and I told my mom, "Keep an eye out, make sure she comes out." And then Deborah, I believe it was Deborah, came and said, "I don't like that guy. There's something going on." And so she got Morella and they went inside.
Okay. When you say that you observed them go out, what did you mean by that? Outside?
Outside onto the patio.
Okay. And were you out on the patio as well?
Yeah, so he came in through the front door. I said, "Hi, how are you? Are you coming out to the patio?" And they said, "We'll be there in a minute." So I walked out to the patio. Deborah saw Rob, said, "I don't like that guy." And then she went to go talk to Morella, and they both went inside. I went outside.
How long was this whole period, if you remember?
To be honest, I don't remember, but it wasn't very long.
Okay. And did you ever see your mom confront Rob?
I saw my mom come out and say to him, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" And to which he responded, "I'm a friend and I'm consoling her."
Okay. And was there any other discussion that you heard?
I think at one point my mom told him to leave.
Did he leave?
Not right away.
Okay. What did he do?
I think he came out to the fire pit and opened a beer.
Okay. Did you see him do that?
I saw him open the beer.
Okay. Where was Monica at this time?
Sitting beside me on the red couch, the red patio couch.
And that night, did you stay with Monica?
Yes.
And did you stay in the same room that night?
Yes.
And can you describe for us Monica's demeanor before you went to bed? Do you remember what time you both went to sleep?
I don't remember what time it was, but I know that she was physically exhausted. She sat on the edge of the bed. I went into the bathroom to wash my face and get ready for bed. And when I came out, she was sitting on the edge of the bed, hysterically crying. I ran in, got her some toilet paper because I couldn't find a box of tissues. I grabbed toilet paper, brought out a roll. We sat on the edge of the bed. I hugged her. I told her the hard part's over. You know, now we'll get through this together. I'm here for you. She said, I just want to sleep so that he can come to me in my dreams. I want to see him in my dreams.
And then the next day or the day after, Monica flew back with Fabio's body. They shipped Fabio back to Canada for his burial?
Yes.
Okay. And Monica went earlier than you went back, or?
No, we went together.
You went together back to Canada. And then there was a burial in Canada, and Monica and the girls were all there for that?
There was a viewing in Canada, and then, I don't know what you mean by burial, they put the ashes in a tomb.
Okay.
Yes.
And that was a Sementilli family member who had offered?
Yes, she very graciously offered the temporary use of a crypt, I guess you call it, a tomb.
Okay. Now, the next time you were with Monica and Fabio and Monica's daughters was when you flew back to Los Angeles in February?
Correct. I left the very next day, February 9th.
Okay. And you again stayed with with Monica and Jessica and Bella?
Yes.
Okay. And during that trip in February 9th, were you there for more than a couple of days, or were you there for an extended period?
I was there until Family Day, which in Canada, I think that year was the 20th.
So you were there from February 9th to the 20th?
Correct.
And you stayed at the house the whole time?
Yes.
Were you with Monica throughout that period?
Yes.
And that was during the day and in the evenings?
Correct.
Okay. And during that period, was there ever a time that Monica Sementilli brought up the subject of life insurance or stock options or money benefits having to do with what Fabio had at his company?
Monica told me that Fab did not have a will, and I suggested that she seek an estate lawyer.
You suggested to her that she seek an
Correct.
estate lawyer.
And I said, that's why I'm here, to help you go through all these things, and we could figure it out together.
And how did she respond to that suggestion?
She said she didn't know any estate lawyers. So then I said to her, well, how about you call your chartered accountant, Joel, and ask him if he knows any estate lawyers, which we did. And he did, and he recommended Jeff Sidney.
Did you go with her to that? Well, did she ever make an appointment?
Yes, she made an appointment, and I went with her to the appointment. I did not go in the room, although she did invite me in the room. I said, no, that's your personal financial information. I don't need to know that. I'm here if you need me.
Was there ever a time during that trip that Jeff Sidney or any attorney came to the house to speak to Monica?
From what I recall, we just went to his office. I don't recall any other lawyer coming to the house.
And did you ever go to any more appointments with the lawyer?
I believe it was just that one time, and then he started the paperwork because Fab didn't have a will to go through probate or something like that. And then there were phone calls, but I don't believe we went there again.
Okay. During that first week you were there and when you came back on the 9th, Did you personally observe Monica ever call the police to speak to the police about their investigation?
Yes, we called almost every day.
Okay.
For the first week. We had a lot of questions.
Tell me about that. You personally were on calls with Monica?
Yes, Monica would call the detectives in front of me. On one occasion, that first week, I called Detective Parchnell to ask if it was safe for us to be in the house.
Okay. In that conversation, what did Detective Parchnell tell you?
Objection, hearsay.
Explain the substance conduct.
You can answer.
Okay. He told me that it's perfectly safe to stay in the house because they believe it was a burglary, and burglars don't strike twice in the same spot, especially with all the media attention we've got. I think he said lightning doesn't strike twice.
And the detective personally told you that directly?
Yes, and Monica was in the kitchen with me, and I can't remember if I was on speakerphone or I just held the phone out so she could hear as well.
In any of that conversation, did Monica speak to Detective Parchnell?
You mean when I called that day?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did you ever hear Monica speak to Detective Parchnell?
Yes.
When did you hear that?
The day after he passed away, almost every other day that I was there, she would call.
And did you ever hear what she was talking about when she spoke to Detective Parchnell?
She wanted to know if there were any leads in the case, what's happening, who did this, why do they think they did this, and was it safe to stay in the house.
And did you hear any of the conversations of when Detective Parchnell answered Monica?
I didn't hear his answers.
Okay. And did you ever hear Monica say anything during January or February through the 20th, 18th or 20th to the police about life insurance or money or finances?
The only time I remember her asking the police about life insurance or policy money is when she found out that Luigi received his share, and she was wondering why her girls and herself didn't get it.
Okay. And when was that, if you recall?
I don't remember.
Okay. So after you were there through the 20th, or the 18th, let's say, if you don't remember precisely, did you and Monica did Monica ever come back to Canada that month?
Yes, she came back for the 1 month mass.
Okay. And that was towards the end of February?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall where Monica stayed during that time?
Monica and the girls stayed with my mother.
And during the time she was there, was there ever an occasion that you and Monica and Morella and your cousins went to a dinner at a restaurant?
Yes, we went to a restaurant in town, Woodbridge.
Showing you what's been marked as People's 107. Do you recognize who's in this picture?
Yes, that's my sister, my cousin Marcella, myself, and Morella.
Okay. And is this the dinner that you recall on the 1 month anniversary of Fabia's death, where there was going to be also a mass in Canada?
Yes, but I don't know why it says April 13th.
Okay. So you recall this happening towards the end of February, beginning of March?
I do.
Okay. Your Honor, may I mark for identification a one-page copy of a photograph with Ms. Crescini and Monica Sementilli as Defense 626?
Yes.
Thank you. Showing you another photograph. Is this a photograph of the same dinner that you identified as occurring when Monica was up for the 1-month mass in late February, early March 2007?
Yes, it is.
And showing you the timestamp information on the photo, does that look like it reflects the actual date that dinner occurred?
Yes, it does.
And was that March 2nd, 2017, that you were with Morella Rota, right?
Yes.
And your cousins?
It looks like the same place.
Okay. When you say the same place, I notice that Monica is in what looks to be a black winter coat. Is that Monica in the picture? Did she have a black winter coat on that night?
Yeah, she did.
Okay. And you see yourself in that picture?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And who are the other people in the picture?
So the blonde next to Monica is my cousin Marcella, and the brunette next to me is my cousin Nina.
Okay. And I see in the background there's a woman with reddish hair on the left.
Mm-hmm.
And you are does that accurately represent the dinner you were discussing earlier?
Yes, that's
Picture?
yes.
And I see in the photograph that was presented to you prior, do you see, is that the same woman you saw in the other photograph?
Yes, it is.
And Monica is in the black coat?
Correct.
And Morella is on the right?
Correct.
And that was the same dinner?
That's correct. My cousin Nina came later.
At any time during that dinner, did Monica ever bring up the subject of life insurance or getting life insurance or money?
She never brought it up.
And while you were with her on that trip for the 1-month mass, did she ever in your presence talk about life insurance or wanting life insurance or being dissatisfied in any way that she didn't have life insurance?
At that dinner?
Yes.
Well, I believe my cousins asked her what's going on with the case, and we still said had no leads, and they asked her, well, what's going on with the insurance? And she said, I don't have any answers. And that was it. Most of the night we talked about Fab, memories of Fab, remember the time when. We talked about where they were, Monica and Fab were planning to go or where they would have liked to go together. And we had said to my sister, okay, in time, we will all go together to those places.
Okay. After Fabio's death, and when you were with Monica on the 1-month anniversary and before in February, did you start coming to Los Angeles regularly?
Sorry, can you repeat the dates? When?
After, let's say, March 2nd, when you were up there, did you leave March 2nd, did Monica leave March 2nd or the next day?
I'm not sure when she left, because
Okay.
she came down for, it was a short trip, that one, just for the mass. So I think she left within a few days of that night. And the next time I saw her, my daughter went in March break, and I believe I saw her Monica came back to Toronto for Easter. She came back for Easter. She came back for the Lifetime Achievement Award that Fab received that she was accepting in his honor in the first weeks of June.
And then she was arrested.
And then she was arrested 2 days after that.
Okay. Ma'am, you and your sister, when you were not visiting Los Angeles, would you continue to talk or text on a regular basis?
Yes.
In any of the text messages you had with Monica, did she ever complain about life insurance or not getting money?
I mean, there was a time when I would ask her about, well, how come you're not getting your money? Did you get your life insurance yet? And she would say, no, I don't know what's taking so long. And I would tell her, well, that's not right. Like, what's taking so long? You should find out. Why don't you call the police and ask them? I said that. My mom said that. My husband Grant told her that. Marco told her that. Morella told her that. We couldn't understand why she wasn't receiving this life insurance policy. And at that time, we also knew that Fab's company was going to stop paying, giving his salary to them. So my sister didn't have a job. How are they going to live in that house and pay for all their bills?
Did you ever at any time see Monica or learn that Monica had been going on any kind of spending spree or buying things that were ridiculously out of character for Monica in purchases of any physical items?
After Fab died?
Yes.
The only thing that I thought was out of the ordinary was when she purchased or financed her car. At the time when she told me, I didn't see the car. She just told me that she leased or financed Ford Mustang, which is not unusual because we all love Mustangs. It was my first car. Fab loved Mustangs. Monica loved Mustangs. When they moved to California, Fab purchased an old red Mustang for Monica to drive around, which was later passed down to his daughter, Jessica. So the fact that it was a Mustang didn't bother me.
Did you come to know that Monica had any issue with Fab's truck, Ford 150?
Yes, I think it was in February when I was there that we were dealing with the Porsche situation, trying to sell that, and to try to figure out what she wanted to do with his F-150.
Okay. And did you personally learn what Monica was wanting to do with the F-150?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Did Monica ever talk to you about what she wanted to do with the F-150?
Sustained.
Did you learn at some point that Monica was unable to keep the lease on the Ford 150?
Objection, leaving.
So rule on that ground, but it is hearsay. Sustained.
Did you ever know what happened to the Ford 150?
Yes.
What happened?
Well, objection. It's going to be based on hearsay.
Sustained.
Well, did you personally learn that from any interaction with Monica about the Ford 150?
Same objection.
Sustained.
When you learned that Monica had purchased a Mustang, did you learn ever that she had purchased any other vehicle?
No.
Did you learn at some point that Bella had been in a traffic accident?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you understand had happened in Bella's traffic accident?
All I remember was that her...
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Where did you learn this from?
My sister.
Okay.
Objection, hearsay.
There's no question.
Ms. Crescenti, did there come a time that you spoke to Morella Rota or her common-law husband, Marco, about life insurance?
Yes.
Did there come a time when Marco reached out to you personally and your husband to discuss his concerns about life insurance?
Yes.
When was that?
I believe it was in May.
Okay. And tell me about what happened.
He called me.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our adjournment this time until tomorrow at 9 o'clock. The admonition applies. You do not discuss this case among yourselves with anyone else or form expressing opinions of the cause if I submit it to you. Have a good evening.
And that's it for today. So yes, he did say 3 o'clock, but remember we're a half hour delayed, so spot on with that. All right, lots to get through. So our 35 votes for who will be the defense first witness actually was the second witness, because Mr. Fillmore, Detective James Fillmore, was the first. So the second witness, 2% thought Monica, 40% thought Deborah, 72% thought Isabella, 14% thought Robert, and we were off. Didn't even think about any of her sisters. So, Anna Crescentini, who is Monica's older sister, comes in. So she's 2.5 years older. She was devastated when Monica moved to LA. She spent almost every day together while in Canada. She saw Fabio. She knew Fabio from the store where he worked, the hair salon, and then they would go on double dates. Her and her husband, boyfriend, I can't remember. Fabio. She knew that Fabio was separated from his wife at the time Monica started to date. Fabio asked her dad for Monica's hand in marriage. He's an old school dude, get it? Family accepted Fabio in. They accepted Fabio from day one. Any problems between Monica and the family? None. They were extremely happy as they prepared for marriage. Fabio had jealousy issues, though. They were thrown out of clubs because of comments towards Monica. She just thought that Fabio was a jealous guy. One specific instance in LA, they went to dinner and they were at a cigar lounge, and a guy asked Monica for an ashtray. Innocent enough, but Fabio said, "Get up and get your own ashtray and leave my wife alone." Sure. No other conflicts with anyone else. After they moved, they would fly to LA every summer, Christmas, March, quite a lot. They got to know Fabio's family and they were close, especially with Luigi. They spent many vacations, including a trip to Italy, birthday dinners, and with Dave, Luigi's stepdad. Marilla had a good relationship. They were kind to each other. They invited each other to swim at their houses and pool parties, dinner parties. They had a decent relationship, but she wouldn't pick up the phone to call unless Monica was visiting back in Canada. So in Canada, they were together almost every day. Their kids went to the same school. March 2015 to 2016, they spent Christmas. March, then summer, then Christmas, and then New Year's Eve, which, January 6th, she left because she's a teacher. She's been teaching since 1994. She teaches 8th grade. Science and math are her specialties. Fabio would sleep at her parents' house, but he would visit. So when Fabio and Monica came, he would visit his parents, but he would sleep at Monica's parents' house. Fabio and Monica stayed at Monica's house while their house was being built. They even went so far as to stay at the house while their house was being built. This was when Jessica was born. She was with Fabio and Monica the entire time. Never saw Monica go out without Fabio in January 2017. Never saw any awkward moments or conflicts with Fabio or Monica. So when she came, she and her husband would sleep in the guest bedroom, which Fab's snoring bedroom, as Monica called it. Fab's snoring bedroom. Did you go to a sports gym? She said yes. She went to an LA Fitness. She had been there during other trips. Monica asked, "Do you want to go play racquetball?" Or they went to go play racquetball. So she went to play racquetball, and she told the kids, you should come and play. And then her sons loved it. They played 3 days in a row. "Did you meet Baker?" She said, "I met someone named Rob, who I found out later to be Rob Baker." First time she went to the gym, Monica had another trainer, Matt, but then they played racquetball, and that's when she was introduced to Rob. She asked, "Are you coming to the New Year's Eve party, Rob?" And he says, "No, I don't drink anymore." She played racquetball with Rob 2 or 3 days. She had no idea that Monica and Rob were in an intimate relationship. Well, you are about to be rudely awakened, Anna, because your little sister was heavily involved with an intimate relationship with Mr. Baker at that time. There was no feeling or vibe. That just goes to show you how deceptive, deceitful that Monica really was, because her and Rob were deep at this point in time. She never saw them go off or be secretive. She didn't know anyone that had a conflict with Fabio. She texted Monica via WhatsApp because it's free. She believed it was encrypted. She said the fact that it was free was why she used it. She knew Monica had it, and she had it for 2 years before December 26, 2016. She spoke to Monica at 5:30 on January 23rd. That would have been 5:30 Toronto time, so it's like 2:30 her time. She said every day she would get home from work between 5 and 5:30, grab some wine, grab a cigarette, go out on the patio, and they would call each other. That was their routine. She heard Monica say, "The cleaning lady is leaving." She walked to the patio door. "Is it possible this TV needs to be this loud?" As she says, I think she said, screamed at Fabio. And then she said, "Say hi to Fob for me." Fob screams back whatever pet name he had for her. "Oh, he's home today. Yeah, TV is so loud the whole neighborhood could hear it." The kids were hungry, so Anna had to leave, make dinner. Monica says Fob wants fatini, I'm not familiar with that, for dinner. So Monica says, "I have to go to Ralph's. Call me when you get back." Monica seems 100% herself and not rushed. She was expecting a call around 7. Instead, she got one at 8. She went to lay down on the couch after dinner. Her husband cleaned up. Cell started to ring. Her husband went to answer it in a goofy voice. And then she says his jaw drops open. He's like, What are you talking about? Stop fooling around." Passed the phone over in shock. It was Jessica that had called. Jessica was screaming and crying. "My father's dead. They killed him." Mom, let's see. Mom's here. Sorry, got that. Mom's here. She can't talk. So the phone is passed to Deborah. And so Deborah's the one that told Anna about Fabio. She knew Deb and Mike. She remembered them when they visited. She found out Fob was stabbed and had passed away. Bella found him, and she knew that EMS could do nothing. Deb said Monica was in no condition to talk. So Anna says, "I'll be there soon." Deb asked if she could tell her parents. So she jumped in the car, drove over and told her parents. She said her mom collapsed. She picked her up and put her on the couch. She called Deborah back to make sure Monica and Bella were okay. She said Grant, her husband, was working on the flights. She asked to speak to Monica. All I could hear was her crying hysterically. So let's keep count at how many times crying. So that's 1. She was crying hysterically because nobody else. We've heard from 51 witnesses, and 35 or 40 of them said they never saw a single tear shed. 1 witness crying hysterically. And she says it at least 4 or 5 more times. Deborah took the phone back, and she says, Anna says, "Please don't leave the girls alone." And she said, "Yep, I'll make sure they're okay." She spoke to Deb again and was told they were across the street. Monica was on a couch calling out for Fob. So they landed the next day around lunchtime. She called Marco. Morello was in the background wailing. Marco asked to wait so they could all leave together. And Miss Burke is like, wait, you mean they said that they told you to wait? I can't believe that. His family said, wait. I mean, come on. Says, "I can't wait. I need to get to my sister." Media was everywhere. Elise, we heard from Elise, right? She was talking to them. Monica was on the couch hugging Fob's sweater. Tears were pouring down her face. That's 2 times. Toilet paper and Kleenex were all around her. Monica's holding on to Fob's sweater. There was a hole in the sweater. I didn't have a chance to fix it. So this really pissed me off. And then we see a picture of her on the flight to Fabio's wake wearing Baker's Army shirt. I'm just so much, Stayed with the sweater until the wake and after. Yeah. Whatevs. Fabio's memorial, Marilla, came January 25th. Oh, so Marilla took 2 days to come. 2 days. That's it. She's a terrible sister. It took her 2 days to come. Doctor prescribed something that was stricken from the record. Monica was in a gray robe. Tears. 3 times for tears. Tears, even though she wasn't sobbing. Nose was running. So Monica's just a hot mess, right? 3 times now. She was crying hysterically. Tears running down her face. Monica created a shrine with a hat and her favorite cigar, with Fabio's favorite cigar and tequila. She never toured the crime scene. We heard about that. Was Monica giving away personal things? The only time was the Rolex watch to Luigi. Only other time was when they were choosing what Fabio would wear in the casket. But Monica so innocently asked, "Would you like to take a piece of clothing?" She was offering a memento. Did anyone ask? No, they didn't ask. They went in. Someone took a scarf. Someone took a hat. Someone took a jacket. Monica never left the house. It's so funny that just the difference. I mean, I'm going to have whatever. Stay focused. Was there anything unusual about her self-care and hygiene? Yes, I had to force her to take a shower, brush her teeth. She was drinking wine and smoking, but we all were. Marilla and her arranged for the funeral home and casket. Was there any discussion about the burial or cremation? Monica said, "Your dad always wanted to be cremated. Kids should decide." Fabio's mom had dementia, Alzheimer's. I don't remember. Maybe you might have it if you don't remember which it was. Maybe there's a needle we can use to bring him back to life. That's really sad. Did anyone say Fabio would not want to be cremated? Never. That's not what Marilla remembers. That's not what Luigi remembers. I didn't know that was a thing. That never came up even after that conversation. So they went to the funeral home, first time to see Fab. The casket was open. Monica was very distraught and crying. It's 4 times. 4 times now. 4 times Monica's crying. Jesse didn't want to look in. Monica placed her hand on Fab's shoulder, mumbling words, crying. 5th time now we've heard her crying. Left for home. The caterers were setting up. I'm going to put on my robe and I'm going to lay down. This is Monica. So Monica got up, got dressed. Nothing fancy. She thinks Wella or Cody arranged the catering. You think? You think that they did? You think that they did? You think this just came out of nowhere? Ugh. Did you see Marilla interacting with Fabio's company to make arrangements? Yes, Marilla was busy writing the obituary, organized a ginormous party in Toronto, had Wella drive them back and forth from the hotel to the home. Alicia came to her because Marilla was too demanding and she was more calm. That was objected to, and that was kicked out. She remembers Wella coming to the house to speak to Monica. She was there the whole week and met Fabio's co-workers. She met Henry. She met Elisa, another woman, Sal and his wife. They came to give condolences and what the company would do for Monica and spoke to her in private. Had you ever heard Monica say what would she be getting from Fabio's life insurance? No, I did not. Meanwhile, the whole LA heard that. But anyway, did you sit down with Monica and Sal and Henry? She said no. Henry asked to speak to Monica privately. Did you observe what they did? They went into the bedroom to speak. So her and Marilla never went into the bedroom, no. Never heard anything about stock options, never heard about Monica being screwed. The company never brought up the subject of getting a lawyer. She talked to some of the guests, but most of the time she was with Monica. She saw Monica speak to Robert. He came into the doorway and hugged her. Anna says, "Hi" to Robert, "How are you?" And then she goes out to the patio. She said she saw him whispering, but Monica wasn't responding. Deborah said, "I don't like that guy. There's something going on." Deborah got Marilla and they went inside. Did Mom confront Rob? She said, "Yes. Who are you and why are you here?" Rob says, "I'm a friend and I'm here to comfort her." Baker didn't leave and he came out to the fire pit and opened a beer. Monica was on the red patio couch next to me. She stayed with Monica that night. Monica sat on the edge of the bed, hysterically crying. What's that, up to 5, I think now? 5 or 6? Hysterically crying. "I just want to sleep so I can see him in my dreams," Monica says. The next day, Fabio was sent to Canada. She went with Monica. So that's the time that we see Monica wearing the Army shirt, Baker's Army t-shirt. But before that, she was hugging Fabio's sweater. I don't know. You guys decide. Family member graciously offered to use the crypt. Polar opposite of what we heard from Marilla. February 9th through the 20th, she stayed at the house the whole time with Monica day and evening. Did Monica ever bring up life insurance or stock options? Fob didn't have a will, and I suggested she seek an estate lawyer. Monica responded, didn't know any. Why don't you call Joel, your accountant? So Joel recommended somebody, and they sorted that all out. Did Monica ever call law enforcement? Yes, called almost every day the first week. Anna called Detective Parchell. Was it safe to go back into the house? He says it's perfectly safe to stay in the house because it was a burglary. The only time Monica questioned was when Luigi got his, and she wanted to know about her girls. Getting theirs. Monica came back for the first month mass and stayed at Mom's house. They went to a dinner in Woodbridge with family. So now it gets interesting. So here's this photo of, this photo on the top says April 13th, 2017. And then she's like, I don't know why it says April 13th. I remember it at the end of February or early March. So then they show a timestamp and it says March 2nd. So that's a big difference. We'll have to see what state comes back with that. Monica didn't have any answers about the life insurance. They talked mostly about Fob. Did Monica ever complain about life insurance or getting money? Did you ever get life insurance yet? What's taking so long? Morella, Mom, Marco, everyone told her that. Did you ever get your life insurance? What's taking so long? So apparently everybody asked Monica that. She said, my sister didn't have a job. How are they going to live in that house? And how is she going to pay her bills? She never saw her sister going on a spending spree. The only thing was the financing of the car. That's not unusual because we all love Mustangs. So that didn't bother her. Even though she can't afford to live in this house, yet she finances a $60,000 Mustang. She lays down, I think, $6,000 or $7,000, but that was the trade-in from the F-150. I don't know. Last thing I'm going to be doing if I can't pay my bills is finance a $60,000 car, but that's just me. Did you have any issues with Fabio's truck? She said yes, trying to sell the Porsche, and they wanted to figure out what to do with the F-150. Did you ever hear what happened to the F-150? She said yes, but that was objected to and sustained. She knew that Bella had been in a traffic accident. So, with that concludes day 28. Day 28. All right, what are you guys saying? Fala, sister wouldn't have seen the other testimony because she was a witness. She will be able to watch after. Karen, I hope I'm saying your name right. Is it Karen or is it Karen? Italian mama knew something was off with Baker and probably DeMonica too. Moms know. Sherry says, hopefully they'll have Celebrite to confirm all those texts info they've done. Well, they already have brought them in. Joe Schmo, bombshell. What's the bombshell? Oh, bombshell moment in Lori Daybell. When Lori realized she wasn't the beneficiary. Yeah, that is. Real happy. I've been meaning to take it off for a while. Finally did yesterday. Oh, the 33. Gotcha. All right. Tonight, hey guys, another hour from now, 8 o'clock Eastern, Pammy's daughter, Whitney, will be joining me with her co-founders, Eric and Melissa, to talk about the Advocacy Con that's going on at the end of this month. So please join us for that. That's another hour from now. Irish Amy, can we give a shout out to Care Bear 05? We all missed her message about her dad passing away and want to make sure she knows we care. Yes, Care Bear, I am sorry to hear about that. I hope you guys understand that when I don't reply to chat, I'm focused so I can give you these recaps. So if I miss something, please don't take it personally. It has nothing to do with me not paying attention, okay? It means I'm focused on doing these recaps because I know a lot of you rely on them, okay? So please, Krista, limited edition, thank you. That was an awesome recap. If I can't focus on the trial, that means I'll be in the chat and then I won't be able to give you these recaps. So Care Bear, I'm sorry that I missed whatever happened with your father. I don't know what happened. If he passed away, I'm so sorry to hear that. I can talk to you now about it. But if I am not responding to people in the chat, that means I'm focused on the trial to give you a comprehensive recap. So I hope you guys understand that. I hope you understand that. Okay? So please don't take it personally if I can't get to something as horrible and as sad as somebody's father passing away. Okay? I can say that now. So Care Bear, what happened? What happened? I'm here now. What happened? I can focus now. So Karen or Karen? Karen, cool. So everybody was focused on the trial. Care Bear, we care about you. We just don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I'm coming in blind. So let me know. Just let me know what happened. And we will address it. Queen Olive Ruth Ann, I feel bad for missing Care Bear's comment. You were helping your daughter with your twin. Yeah, I mean, I please don't take it personally, you guys. I mean, I understand that you use these platforms and this forum to express yourselves, and I get that, and I'm glad that you do. But, you know, if we miss something, please don't take it personally. Just come back. Just please come back. All right, March 13, thank you. Appreciate the updates because this case is dragging on forever, so thank you to all. And yep, Charmaine, I appreciate the recaps for sure. So let's, we are going to be portaling you guys over soon to the Shoot the Shit with Squeegee. We are going to be talking about the Advocacy Con with Pammy's daughter Whitney and their co-founders Eric and Melissa. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I do hope you guys join us. I'm going to bounce off now so I can grab a little snack, decompress a little bit, get my mind around this show that we're going to do tonight. I do hope you guys join us for the Advocacy Con Shoot the Shit with me. And that's going to be happening in about an hour. So join us tomorrow for what are we up to? Day 29. Day 29 of California versus Monica Sementilli. I'm looking forward to that. I'm really looking forward to talking with Pammy's daughter, Whitney, and her co-founders, Eric and Melissa. So, what time? 1 hour from now, 8 o'clock Eastern. Charmaine, 1 o'clock Eastern. We'll portal you over. All right, we'll portal you over. And let me see if I can... let me see. Let me pull up Susie. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Give Superball her chair back. Yes. Hold on. Yep. Give Superball her chair back. Susie, you're welcome for the recaps. Glad that I can do them for you. Gordon, my portals never work. Pass the screwdriver or hammer someone. Okay, we do have a portal on. Okay, yep, we have a portal on. And if that doesn't work, just go to our channel and you guys should be able to find it there. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching us. Thank you to Erin for everything that she does behind the scenes. Thank you to our fans. Thank you to our chat. Thank you to our mods. Thank you for the new chair, you guys. Really appreciate that. Thank you for chat. Thank you guys for just being with us. Please join us in an hour from now, which would be around 8 o'clock Eastern. We're going to continue with Shoot the Shit with Pammy's daughter and two of her co-founders for Advocacy Con. And tomorrow we will be picking up on day 29 of California versus Monica Sementilli. So until then, take care of yourselves. Know that we are here for you. We appreciate that you are here for us, and you are using our platform to express yourselves. We appreciate that. Please don't stop doing that. And we are here for you, and we always want to listen to what you have to say. So with that, I'm going to say bye for now. I'll see you guys in about an hour. Okay, take care. Bye.